Chapter 34. The young princess was furious, but her cultivation level was too low, and she was completely suppressed by Xiaozi. Fang Yan's expression was ugly. He could no longer touch Suyu. Xia Linxian slowly came to his senses, secretly cursing the old fox. The Duke of Xinyu had obviously discovered Su Yu's amazing talent and changed his mind at the last minute. Duke of Xinyu, so it was all a misunderstanding. Since student Su Yu did not do anything wrong, our martial arts training institute cannot be so stubborn. We should take back the punishment that was given to Su Yu. He is still a member of our martial arts training institute. Xia Linxian was not stupid, and he wanted Su Yu back. How could the Duke of Xinyu let him? No matter, Su Yu will receive better resources and care in the Duke of Xinyu's palace. I will help you train him well. Housemaster Xia, please do not worry. What the Duke of Xinyu was implying was that if such a top talent were to be buried in the training institute, the Duke of Xinyu's manor would not allow a pearl to be covered in dust. Xia Linxian opened his mouth to speak. Su Yu, who had seen through everything, spoke up in time. Su Yu bowed deeply toward Xia Linxian and Yi Xian and said gratefully, "Thank you, housemasters, for your protection. I, Su Yu, will remember this kindness. But time waits for no man. I wish to go further and higher. Please grant me this wish." Go further and higher. Many people thought back, occasionally glancing at Fang Qingzhou and Qin Feng. Su Yu staying in the training institute would be difficult to protect. Qin Feng's power might not be able to affect the Transcendent Martial Arts Training Institute. But Fang Qingzhou's father was in charge of the Martial Arts Training Institute. It would be easy for him to secretly suppress Su Yu until he could never raise his head again. The crowd observed a moment of silence. Such a peerless talent who could have brought glory to the Training Institute had been bullied and had no choice but to leave. No one hated his betrayal, but instead sympathized with him. Without power and influence, even if he had the talent, it would be difficult for him to grow. Being a talent did not mean that he would be able to make a comeback in the future. A talent without power and influence would either die young or perish. Xia Linxian and Yi Xian were silent, their hatred for Fang Yin seeping into their bones. A peerless talent who had the potential to become the Holy King had been chased away by him. Feeling the resentful gazes of many people, Fang Yin was like a pig looking into a mirror. He looked at Su Yu deeply, then flicked his sleeves and left. Su Yu left the Martial Arts Training Institute with great strides, as he was escorted by many black armored guards. From then on, Su Yu was no longer a student, but a consort of the Xinyu prefecture. Jiang Xueqing stared at Su Yu's back, her expression complicated. Su Yu also had power and influence. Xia Jingyu was secretly pleased. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. The young princess and Su Yu are fated to be together. They actually became husband and wife. Ha ha! Thinking back to their coincidental meeting, Xia Jingyu had to admit that they were fated to meet. Who could have imagined that the absurd scene at the setting sun mountain range that day would lead to this marriage? The news of the academy quickly spread throughout the city. The genius of the martial path, who was expelled by the Martial Arts Training Institute, would become the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu. Su Yu, as the Silver King, had suppressed 2 generations of Gold Kings, severely injured Jiang Zhishe with one move, and instantly killed Xiao Li, one of the 10 great geniuses. As for the Martial Arts Training Institute losing its genius, the joke of the Duke of Xinyu taking advantage of it had spread throughout the city for a long time. Su Yu had already moved into the Duke's manor. The Duke's manor was luxurious and luxurious, displaying the nobility of the royal family. Everyone in the manor, from the Duke to the servants, treated Su Yu with great respect. Li Minghai and Li Jinshan of the past did not even dare to breathe in front of him. The feeling of being in control of power, of being at the top of the hierarchy, overwhelmed him. But Su Yu was not immersed in it. This power belonged to the Duke of Xinyu, not Suyu. One day, in the study of the Duke. Suyu, do you have parents at home? Invite them to the city to discuss the engagement. The Duke of Xinyu was very pleased with Suyu, his heart filled with joy. His talent was shocking, and he understood the holy decree. He was graceful and dignified. His daughter and Xia Jingyu had both received a life-saving grace from him. He was indeed a dragon among men, a rare find. Su Yu shook his head. I have no parents at home. I grew up eating the food of hundreds of families. The parents of this body had died of a plague early in his life, and he had no relatives. It was the Taoist temples, and neighbors that had helped Su Yu today. The Duke of Xinyu sighed. Su Yu had such a pitiful life. How about this? I will send someone to inform your village about your engagement with Xiener. At the same time, I will exempt them from paying taxes for 10 years as a form of repayment for their kindness in raising you. Xiener was the name of the young princess. The royal family's surname was Qin, and the young princess's original name was Qin Xiener. Su Yu thanked him. Thank you, Duke. Although he did not feel a sense of belonging to Qingshan town, this body had been born there. Su Yu was grateful that the Duke of Xinyu was willing to take care of them. What are your plans after this? The Duke of Xinyu asked Su Yu about his life plans. Su Yu did not hesitate, his eyes filled with determination. Nothing else. I will aim to become the Holy King. In this cruel world, strength was the only way to maintain order. Without strength, Su Yu would not be able to enjoy life in peace. The Duke of Xinyu nodded his head in satisfaction. He was worried that a poor boy like Su Yu would be affected by the luxurious lifestyle and lose his martial heart after suddenly becoming a relative of the royal family. Now, it seemed that Su Yu's martial heart was far stronger than he had expected. Very well, the Duke of Xinyu said sincerely, in this world, power, fame, and wealth are all fleeting clouds. Your own strength is the key. For example, the Holy King, the supreme power of the royal family, is nothing in his eyes. How could he look down on the world? Su Yu bowed to accept the advice. After a pause, the Duke of Xinyu said, How big do you think the Xinyu prefecture is? Su Yu was slightly shocked. It is boundless, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There are countless cities under its jurisdiction, with a population of hundreds of millions. I have never left the Xinyu prefecture since I was born. The area of the Xinyu prefecture was even larger than the mainland of China in his previous life. The Duke of Xinyu gently shook his head. In your eyes, the Xinyu prefecture is very big. But do you know that the Xinyu prefecture is only one of the 13 prefectures in the Fenglin Empire, and it is the smallest? Su Yu was shocked. The Xinyu prefecture was as big as the entire mainland of China in his previous life, and it contained a total of 34 provinces. But in the Fenglin Empire was only the smallest prefecture? If all 13 prefectures were added up, wouldn't it be even bigger than the Earth of his previous life? The world is very big. If you want to be above the masses, you will not be able to accomplish much by staying in the Xinyu prefecture. So, your sights should be set on the whole empire. That is your stage, the Duke of Xinyu said. Su Yu suppressed his shock, a heroic spirit surging in his heart. The world is so big and the sky is so vast. How can I, Su Yu, stay in a corner? Su Yu thanked the Duke of Xinyu. Thank you for your guidance. I, Su Yu, will work hard to become famous in the empire. Very good. I admire your spirit. The Duke of Xinyu was very pleased, silently praising Su Yu. He had not misjudged Su Yu. Su Yu was definitely not a small fry. Then, I will give you an opportunity to advance to a bigger stage. The Duke of Xinyu was determined to give Su Yu an opportunity. Su Yu suddenly raised his head. A bigger stage? The Duke of Xinyu laughed. That's right. In a month, it will be the Fenglin Empire's holy meet. All the demon-level geniuses from the martial arts training institutes of the 13 prefectures the royal family, will compete and fight for the title of Holy Genius. As a duke, I have the right to recommend a place to represent the royal family in the competition. Are you willing? A whole 13 prefectures, that is, the top geniuses of the whole world competing together? Su Yu was excited, sincerely thanking the Duke of Xinyu. Su Yu, will never forget your kindness. He should have been suppressed by Fang Yun and the Duke of Qin. His future should have been ruined, and his life and death were uncertain. But at the darkest moment of his life, the Duke of Xinyu took a liking to him and protected him. The Duke of Xinyu even gave him such a precious place, giving him the opportunity to advance to a bigger stage. This kindness was undoubtedly a turning point in his life. Although the Duke of Xinyu had played a part in his expulsion from the training institute, but he understood that without power or influence, it would be difficult for him to make a name for himself in the training institute. Fang Qingzhou and Qin Feng would not allow him to rise. The Duke of Xinyu was gratified. He helped Su Yu up and laughed heartily. I do not have a son. Xianer's nature is playful and does not focus on the martial path. This is the only regret of my life. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and gave me a son-in-law. This is enough for me. Feeling the Duke of Xinyu's heartfelt gratification, Su Yu secretly clenched his fists. The Duke of Xinyu had done him a great favor, and he would repay it in this lifetime. But Su Yu still had a grudge in his heart. Su Yu, will never forget the Duke of Xinyu's kindness. But I have something that I will not be happy about. Speak your mind, the Duke of Xinyu said. Su Yu said with fervor and composure, I've only met the young princess once, and I can tell that the young princess has no feelings for me. Isn't this engagement unfair to the young princess? Su, you did not want to force someone against their will. I see. I thought you felt inferior because of your birth. The Duke of Xinyu could not help but laugh. Su Yu was worried about this. He could not help but laugh, you can rest assured. She has to abide by the wishes of her parents. Moreover, Xiener has no one in her heart. Even if she does not marry you today, she will marry someone else tomorrow. As a member of the royal family, Xiener understands this. You worry too much. The children of the royal family had no control over their marriages. They had been instilled with this philosophy since they were young. Su Yu's worries were unnecessary. She has no one in her heart? Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If the young princess had someone in her heart, Su Yu would be stealing her love. Su Yu would never do such a thing. If that was the case, then it was not a big deal. Just as the young princess had no feelings for him, Su Yu also had no deep feelings for the young princess. No one would be at a disadvantage. If that is the case, then I can rest assured. Su Yu smiled frankly, then cupped his hands. If the Duke has nothing else, I will go train now. Today's battle has enlightened me, and I want to seize the time to train. I believe my abilities will improve. The Duke of Xinyu smiled benevolently, child, Go on, hurry up and train. Looking at Su Yu hurriedly training, the Duke of Xinyu was satisfied. He was even a little regretful that Su Yu was not his own son. But thinking about how Su Yu was about to become his son-in-law, he was relieved. Leaning against the large chair and resting for a moment, the Duke of Xinyu instructed a servant, prepare the invitations and invite them to the ceremony. I want Xiener and Yuer's engagement ceremony to be held in a grand manner. The servant immediately prepared a large list of names according to the Duke's instructions. When his gaze fell upon the names First Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, the Duke of Xinyu frowned. The second prince and Xiener grew up together and have feelings for each other. I hope that the second prince will not mess around with Xiener's engagement ceremony. The Duke of Xinyu rubbed his brows, feeling a little annoyed. Since ancient times, it was not uncommon for the royal family to marry. In the Fenglin Empire, it was common for the princes to take a princess as their consort. The second prince had proposed many times, but was always rejected by the Duke of Xinyu. Firstly, Xiener was still young, and secondly, the second prince was a sinister person. Chapter 35. After pondering for a long time, the Duke of Xinyu became even more agitated. The imperial court is in chaos. Many of the dukes are secretly supporting the princes. I am the only one who is not involved. I am afraid this will not last long. The Duke of Xinyu was worried. Since ancient times in the struggle for imperial power, it was difficult for the centrist party to have a good ending. The Duke of Xinyu was not keen on power. However, the Xinyu prefecture was close to the imperial city of the imperial capital, and he could send his army to the imperial city in 10 days. How could the princes not view such an important place as a thorn in their eyes? He wanted to stay out of it, but it was difficult. In recent years, as His Majesty's health had deteriorated day by day, the three princes had been fighting more and more fiercely. A few months ago, Duke Jiuquan, who had pledged his allegiance to the third prince, was charged with conspiring against the third prince. In reality, the first prince and the second prince had teamed up to suppress the third prince. Among the three princes, the third prince was the most courteous and courteous. His wisdom and strategy were far above that of his two elder brothers. However, he was born of a concubine and had no foundation in the imperial court. It was reasonable for him to be suppressed by his two elder brothers. The Duke of Xinyu could already smell the change of the dynasty and the bloody stench of the storm. As a duke, it was difficult for him to avoid it. He could only hope that Xian'er and Suyu would not be implicated. At this moment, an old man walked in from the door. His face was shriveled and his expression was lifeless. He wore a straw raincoat and appeared to be sneaky. He was old Qin, who had been secretly protecting the young princess that day. Senior Qin is back. The Duke of Xinyu stood up abruptly and politely asked, "How is the investigation going?" Senior Qin's voice was hoarse. The Duke's prediction is not wrong. The green-robed secret guards are already operating around the Xinyu prefecture. The young princess's identity might have already been exposed. I hope that the Duke will make arrangements soon. The Duke of Xinyu's expression was solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "I know." Old man Qin nodded expressionlessly and retreated like a ghost. As for Suyu, he was in seclusion. On the arena, when Suyu displayed the old man's finger, he had an epiphany. At this moment, when he flipped open the purple star thunderbolt again, he felt that he had gained a lot of enlightenment. The words that were once difficult to understand were now simple and easy to understand. Could it be that, after comprehending the holy decree, certain obscure and difficult things are easy to understand? Suyu was delighted, secretly grateful to the elder in the mural for pointing. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, a full 10 days passed. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and punched out without any warning. Chila, a shocking scene appeared. Within the fist, there was a faint purple lightning arc. There was a faint burnt smell in the air. It was caused by the lightning arcs. Suyu's eyes lit up. After 10 days and 10 nights of training, he had finally reached the entry level. Although it was not even a small success, after fusing with the Holy Will, he was able to condense a trace of lightning. How terrifying was the power of heaven and earth! Even if it was just a trace of lightning, it was still very terrifying. Purple Star Thunderbolt. What kind of cultivation technique does it belong to? Suyu still did not understand. He has just entered the sect, yet he is already so frightening. What delighted Suyu was that other than the Purple Star Thunderbolt, his Tempest had also improved greatly. Tempest had been cultivated to the 3rd level of the Lesser Mastery. Between his legs, wind and snow interweaved. The power was astonishing, far greater than before. Moreover, with the help of the regional king's rare medicinal herbs, the superior cultivation room, and his personal guidance, his cultivation had unknowingly reached the upper tier of the 4th heaven. In just 10 days, he had broken through by a large margin. Now, even without using the Spirit Shocking Ray, he could easily defeat the level 4 peak Jiang Zhisher. Xiao Li, one of the top 10 demons, was also confident he could defeat him. Come here. There are guests from the imperial capital. You and Siener should come out and welcome them together. Just as he was about to come out of isolation, the regional king came over with a smile. He looked at Suyu and noticed that his spirit was different from before. He knew that Suyu's abilities had improved and was very pleased. Hearing Suyu's heart warmed. The Duke of Xinyu had already treated him as his true son. In the past 10 days, whether it was training resources, personal guidance, or life experience, he treated Suyu as his own. The Duke of Xinyu had never had a son in his life, so he treated Suyu like a son to make up for his regrets. Suyu had been a businessman all his life and was used to seeing deception and the sinister world. Meeting an elder like the Duke of Xinyu, he was moved. In this strange world, he was all alone and had no friends or relatives. Only the Duke of Xinyu gave him a sense of family. Yes, father-in-law, Suyu answered briskly. Hearing him call him father-in-law, the Duke of Xinyu smiled and felt satisfied. Looking at Suyu's receding figure, he thought to himself, You and Siener must live well. When they arrived at the auditorium, the Canton princess was dressed in a pink dress. Coupled with her delicate and adorable face, she was as adorable as a fairy. Humph, pervert. The young princess wrinkled her nose. Damn my father, marrying me to a pervert. I want to run away from this marriage. Run away from this marriage. Waving her fists, the young princess protested. She was very small, only as tall as Suyu's chest. With a faint smile, Suyu squatted down to eye level with the young princess as a sign of respect. Speaking to her for the first time, Suyu smiled and sincerely said, Young princess, thank you for pleading for me that day. The young princess blinked her big, watery eyes. What pleading for me? Suyu smiled. The princess is the body of 1,000 soldiers. How can I be tainted by an outsider? If it was any other princess, I believe that once they caught me, they would kill me as soon as possible to protect their own reputation. However, you pleaded for leniency to the Duke twice. I'm grateful for that. That day in the arena, Suyu had fought to the death. The young princess had pleaded for the Duke to stop and spare his life twice. Although she was unruly, her nature was pure. Being in a high position, most of the princesses had long been influenced by power and did not care about the lives of ordinary people. Suyu had no doubt that if he had saved another princess that day, they would have killed him to protect their reputation. Only the young princess, Xinyu, did not do so. Hearing this, the young princess was secretly pleased. At least he has a conscience. Who am I, Qin Siener? How can other princesses compare to me? Both of Siener's hands were behind her back. She raised her snow-white chin like a proud little peacock. At least you know what's good for you. I'll forgive you generously. Let's go and receive the guests. The 3 princes are here. Suyu secretly loved her. Just a few words of praise had made her so happy. She really had the temperament of a child. The 3 princes were here. Suyu was solemn. How powerful were the 3 princes of the Fenglin Empire? They could decide the fate of billions of lives with a single thought. If it was an ordinary person, they might be fearful. But Suyu, who came from a different world, was calm and at ease. He stood with his hands behind his back, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. His black hair danced in the wind. His eyes, as deep as the starry sky, shone with wisdom. Siener skipped as she led the way, humming a melodious tune. She occasionally looked back at Suyu, her snow-white chin nodding. Don't embarrass me. Siener waved her fist, fiercely warning him. Suyu smiled without saying a word. He stepped forward and walked alongside her. Feeling Siener's liveliness and remembering the Duke's kindness, Suyu's heart warmed. Perhaps this was his home in a different world. Half a cup of tea later in the hall, Suyu and Siener stood outside the hall. One was petite and exquisite, beautiful and adorable. The other was in high spirits, elegant and graceful. They looked like a celestial couple. The first prince has arrived. The second prince has arrived. The third prince has arrived. The servants outside the door loudly announced the arrival of the guests. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps passed through the courtyard and arrived outside the hall. The three powerful princes appeared in the courtyard. They looked alike, exuding an aura of nobility and majesty. The first prince did not show his emotions. He was the most dignified. His eyes were sharp, making it difficult for others to look him in the eye. The second prince had long and narrow eyes. His lips were thin, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, giving off a sinister feeling. Although the third prince looked ordinary, his temperament was the most refined. His smile was like a spring breeze, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Brothers, you're here. Cianer missed you so much. Cianer's big black eyes darted around. She giggled as she ran forward, sweetly shouting. The first prince's indifferent eyes revealed a rare smile. He tilted his head to look at the guard, following closely behind him. Young princess, this is the cloud dress that the first prince prepared for you. It is impervious to fire and water. It can protect you from the mortal world and will always be bright. It is priceless. The guard offered it to her with both hands. Cianer received it with a smile. The second prince's long and narrow eyes sized Cianer up. He took out a hairpin from his robes and said with a smile, "This hairpin is a tribute from the Empire. I prepared it especially for you. Wear it on your head, and it can nourish your blood and increase your cultivation level." Cianer extended her jade-like hand and took the hairpin with satisfaction. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He was used to seeing all kinds of people. What kind of person could he not see through? With one look, Su Yu could read the other person's thoughts. There was something wrong with the second prince's gaze. He seemed to have improper thoughts about the young princess. "I will not allow you to touch my fiancée." Su Yu secretly remembered the second prince. The third prince smiled bitterly. "Cianer, you know that I am the poorest. I cannot take out any treasures, so I brought you this." Cianer pouted. When she saw the strange 9 beads interlocked lock in the third prince's hands, she immediately smiled. She snatched it and played with it curiously. It turned out that Cianer was trying to be clever in order to get a gift from her 3 brothers. Su Yu's eyes glowed. He could roughly see the character of the 3 princes from their gifts. Among the 3 princes, the first prince was domineering. He was extravagant, and his gifts were the most expensive. The second prince was cunning. He knew that the young princess was playful and did not like to cultivate, so he gave her a hairpin that could refine her blood. The third prince was the type of person that Su Yu admired the most, but was also the most wary of. Among the 3 princes, he was the most scheming and shrewd. The young princess had received 3 treasures in a row. The first 2 were valuable, but the young princess did not react to them. The last one was not valuable, but the young princess liked it the most. It could be seen that the third prince's understanding of the human heart was far superior to that of his 2 brothers. The second prince's eyes flickered and fell on Su Yu. His purple robe was like the wind. His black hair was soft and smooth, and his face was handsome. He was like a deity. His elegant and calm temperament came from deep within his bones. He was not at a disadvantage in front of the 3 princes. Chapter 36. The first prince and the third prince were silent, secretly sizing up Su Yu. They also wanted to see how outstanding the son-in-law chosen by the Duke of Xinyu was. Su Yu smiled gently, his smile like a spring breeze. "So it's the 3 princes. I am Su Yu, Cianer's fiancé. Apologies for not coming out to welcome you." His demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing, advancing and retreating politely, not at all intimidated by the second prince's imposing manner. The 3 princes exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with questions. This person's demeanor did not seem like that of a commoner. Where did the Duke of Xinyu find such a son-in-law? The second prince squinted his long and narrow eyes, letting out a cold breath. He sighed. Sienna grew up with me and is used to living in luxury. Now that she is marrying, I am worried that she will be wronged in the future. Su Yu understood the second prince's meaning. He had not touched the treasures the three princes had gifted him. With a smile, Su Yu came to Sienna's side. Sienna was busy fiddling with the 9 interlocking chains. She was engrossed in playing with them, her expression focused. Sienna, open your mouth. Su Yu patted her head. What are you doing? Don't disturb me. Sienna was concentrating and was not happy to be disturbed. She pouted and muttered unhappily, but still subconsciously opened her mouth, revealing a slit. She obediently opened her mouth. Su Yu flicked his finger, and a drop of fiery red liquid entered his mouth. Sienna subconsciously licked it with her tongue. It was sweet and warm, filling her throat. After entering her body, her entire body felt indescribably comfortable. Sienna's eyebrows twitched as she broke free from the 9 interlocking chains. She suddenly raised her head, her face full of surprise. What is this? It's delicious. I want more. Sienna threw the 9 interlocking chains to a servant and turned to tug at Su Yu's sleeve. Her large, black eyes scanned his body impatiently. She was like a greedy kitten, anxiously looking for fish to eat on its owner's body. Open your mouth. Su Yu smiled. Sienna immediately opened her mouth in excitement, squeezing out a big O shape. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she waited to be fed. With a flick of his finger, he flicked out another drop. Sienna licked it with her tongue. The indescribably comfortable feeling once again filled her body. I want more. I want more. It seemed like Sienna was addicted to it, and she was hugging Su Yu's arm, swaying it back and forth as she acted like a spoiled child. Su Yu felt somewhat helpless, so he could only flick another 3 drops with his fingers. After Sienna ate it, she closed her eyes with a look of enjoyment on her face. Hoo! Suddenly, a stream of air swirled around Sienna, and a formless energy surrounded her body. Is this the sign of breaking through to the 3rd heaven? The second prince cried out in shock. The eyes of the first prince and the 3rd prince flickered, as a hint of astonishment could be seen deep within their eyes. When they looked at Su Yu again, their gazes were filled with respect. I didn't expect that young Master Su would even possess the jade fire pith that only exists in legends. The 3rd prince smiled like a spring breeze. The first imperial prince nodded slightly. Even the imperial family did not have a single drop of the jade fire marrow. The reason was that it had not appeared in the world for 100 years. When the young princess woke up and realized that she had broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer, she immediately cried out in joy. Ahaha, I have broken through! Su Yu, do you have more? I want to break through to the 9th heavenly layer for father to see. Humph, let him look down on me again. Ruffling her little head, Su Yu shook his head. Going too far is as bad as falling short. The path of cultivation is all about steady progress. Before learning to run, you must first learn to walk. You must first consolidate your current level. The young princess was not disgusted by Su Yu's affectionate behavior. Instead, she felt comfortable being rubbed on her little head. She could not help but close her eyes and hug Su Yu's arm, allowing him to rub her head as he pleased. Su Yu's body was tempered by the jade fire marrow. When he touched the young princess, it would stimulate the dormant jade fire marrow in her body. Hence, she would feel comfortable. Looking at the intimacy between the two, the second prince's narrow eyes burned with jealousy. Haha, the Duke of Xinyu is a highly respected official in our country. The son-in-law he has chosen must be extraordinary in the martial path. Would young Master Su do me the honor of sparring with me? The second prince's smile deepened. The second prince was a level 4 peak. He could see that Su Yu had a level 4 upper tier cultivation base, which he could not compare to. The first prince and the 3rd prince were curious. In the Shenhua continent, power and status were mere worldly possessions. The cultivation base was the most important. The Duke of Xinyu had a high position and power. His eyes were sharp. The son-in-law he had chosen was most likely not simple. Suyu looked up and shook his head. "You are passable, but you are no match for me." The second prince laughed angrily. Being evaluated as passable by a level 4 upper tier was comical. He was a member of the royal family. He had the guidance of a famous teacher and sparring partners. Regardless of theoretical or practical experience, he was incomparable to an ordinary person. Su Yu's tone was arrogant. "Young Master Su is so confident. I am even more curious. What kind of son-in-law did the Duke of Xinyu choose?" "Palm of the drifting leaves." The second prince approached angrily. His hands were like falling leaves, dazzling the eyes. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Threads of heat surrounded his hands, stinging his skin. Similar to Tempest, it was a medium-level technique. Once it was cultivated to a certain level, it would produce some minor anomalies. Su Yu let go of Sienna and calmly took a step forward. "Tempest." With one kick, a cold wind blew and ice and snow appeared. It was as if Su Yu's kick had opened the door to a world of ice and snow. The bone-chilling wind and the blinding ice and snow were extremely powerful. Thump! The palm and leg collided. The second prince was unable to defend himself and was kicked in the face. Creak! A layer of ice formed on his face, causing him unbearable pain. How dare you injure me? Capture him." The second prince flew into a rage. As a prince, it was a disgrace to be attacked in the face. Furthermore, he had been humiliated in front of Sienna. The guard following the second prince was a green-robed youth, a level 5 lower tier. Hearing this, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he attacked. Current-breaking kick. The green-robed guard displayed his ultimate skill. The shadows of his legs overlapped. Every move carried the weight of a mountain. Wisps of pale yellow light surrounded his legs. A sense of oppression welled up in his heart. This person's ability was slightly stronger than Xiao Li's. Su Yu coldly countered. "Tempest." Clang. Thud. 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 Both of them took 3 steps back at the same time. The pupils of the first and third princes shrank slightly. A level 4 upper tier could fight a level 5 lower tier to a draw. The second prince's loss was not undeserved. The second prince's face was filled with pain as he roared, "Don't hold back!" The green-robed guard's expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at Su Yu with a murderous look. "I only used 50% of my strength just now. Admit defeat, or you will suffer." Boom, boom, boom. The vital energy within his body rose continuously, instantly filling his entire body. Using true qi to execute a cultivation technique would allow one's strength to double. In terms of vital energy reserves, Su Yu was far from the green-robed guards. But Su Yu still had a trump card. The green-robed guard's aura reached its peak. He brazenly released his strongest attack. Current-breaking kick. Creak! The air was compressed by a powerful force, slightly exploding. The power of this kick was more than double of what it had been before. Su Yu's eyes were cold, unafraid. Purple star, thunderbolt. Lightly exhaling, Su Yu's fists flashed with purple thunder arcs. A trace of burnt smell spread to the surroundings. Both fists struck out like 2 purple dragons, surrounded by thunder, roaring into the sky. The air trembled, the air currents swirling. With Su Yu as the center, the strong aura caused dust to fly, creating a dust vortex. Thump! Thump! The hearts of the 3 princes and the young princess in the distance beat fiercely at the same time. Staring at the strange scene, everyone's scalps went numb. What level of technique is this? Top-level technique? The second prince's expression froze, flickering with fear. The first prince's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. The third prince's eyes were filled with shock, muttering, What level of technique is this? They were the most powerful princes of the empire. They had seen countless strong people and had seen many different techniques, but they could not immediately identify the level of this technique. In terms of power, it was far beyond medium-level techniques, even above rare top-level techniques. Could it be the rumored saint-level technique? Rumor had it that saint-level techniques required nature-defying comprehension. In the royal family, there was a saint-level technique, but the three princes could not cultivate it. Even if they flipped through it, they would not be able to comprehend it. They could not even comprehend top-level techniques, let alone the even more mysterious saint-level technique. The son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu was a demonic genius who could comprehend a saint-level technique. The hearts of the three princes trembled. They had guessed that the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu would not be ordinary on the path of the martial path, but they had never thought that he could comprehend a saint-level technique. This person's future achievements would be terrifying. The three princes each had their own thoughts. On the battlefield, fists and legs collided. Rumble, crack. The green-robed bodyguard, a level 5 of the martial path, was sent flying by the two fists. The bones in his legs cracked, the clothes on his feet turned to ash by the purple lightning, and the flesh on his legs was torn apart by the lightning. He screamed in pain as he flew backwards, smashing a water jar in the courtyard, spitting out blood and fainting on the spot. Hiss! The servants who had followed the princes gasped. Saint-level techniques were indeed terrifying. A level 4 upper tier severely injured a level 5 fighter with one blow. Where did the Duke of Xinyu find this son-in-law? His potential was terrifying. Ha! Our Su Yu is the best. The young princess clapped her hands, taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. She giggled and winked at the second prince. The second prince was angry and shocked, his heart filled with murderous intent. A genius who could comprehend a saint-level technique must not be allowed to grow. Brother, let me borrow your bodyguard to capture this person. Behind the first prince stood an inconspicuous, green-robed bodyguard. His face was ordinary, the type that would be lost in a crowd. But his cultivation level was terrifyingly strong, a full level 6 of the martial path. The young princess wrinkled her nose, waved her fists, and bared her fangs. Humph! Second brother, are you trying to bully me? The first prince slightly frowned, secretly glaring at the second prince. Stupid! Do you really think the Duke is just a decoration? He had been watching from the shadows all along. The duel just now could be said to be a friendly duel. But for a level 6 of the martial path to fight, how could the Duke agree? Swish! A majestic figure strode out from the courtyard. He was handsome and dignified, and his eyes were filled with coldness. It was the Duke of Xinyu. Chapter 37. The second prince could not help but shudder. The Duke of Xinyu was the most powerful of the many dukes. He was a level 6 of the martial path. He could kill his enemies with a wave of his hand. The first prince hurriedly took a step forward, cupping his hands and smiling. Duke, you misunderstand. We were just sparring. I did not expect Mr. Su to be so powerful, just like the Duke back in the day. Congratulations to the Duke for finding a son-in-law. He glanced at the second prince with a reprimanding expression. Second brother, quickly thank Mr. Su for showing mercy. If Su Yu had not shown mercy, the second prince, who was a level 4 peak, would have been severely injured by Su Yu. In front of the Duke, the second prince could only swallow his anger and thank Su Yu. Su Yu calmly returned the greeting. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the level 6 green-robed guard beside the first prince, and his pupil shrank. Although he quickly concealed it, the first prince still caught him. Mr. Su, have you seen my guard before? The first prince's eyes shone brightly. Su Yu was slightly confused. I think I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't remember. Maybe it's because I look like someone. The first prince smiled lightly. The young princess impatiently said, All right, go and rest. We will attend my engagement ceremony in 5 days. Soon, the 3 princes were brought to a side room by servants. Father, look, I've broken through to level 3. Impressive, right? The young princess hugged the Duke's arm and raised her chin, proudly showing off. The Duke of Xinyu could not help but laugh. He had been secretly observing. How could he not know that Su Yu had taken out the rumored precious jade fire marrow? He also knew that Su Yu had cultivated a rumored saint-level cultivation technique. Even the royal family only had one saint-level cultivation technique, and no one had managed to comprehend it in 100 years. Where did Su Yu get the saint-level cultivation technique? Could he have gotten it from the depository of the Martial Arts Training Institute? But, as far as the Duke of Xinyu knew, the highest level of martial arts in the depository of the Martial Arts Training Institute was only high-level cultivation techniques. How could he know that the Purple Star Thunderbolt was a remnant with no cultivation technique level? Even the Martial Arts Training Institute did not know its specific level, as no one had ever successfully cultivated it. Firstly, it was extremely difficult to comprehend, and secondly, it required Su Yu to possess a special holy decree. Therefore, no one knew that the Purple Star Thunderbolt was a legendary sacred level cultivation technique. The Duke of Xinyu was overjoyed. Su Yu had once again exceeded his expectations. To think that Su Yu had the nature-defying level of perception to comprehend a saint-level cultivation technique. On the day of your wedding with Xiener, I will help you find a saint-level cultivation technique that the royal family treasures for you to comprehend. The Duke of Xinyu was extremely pleased and proud that he had chosen such a good son-in-law. The saint-level cultivation method collected by the imperial family? Su Yu's heart thumped wildly. In fact, after sensing the extraordinary power of the Purple Star Thunderbolt, he had already concluded that it was very likely to be a saint-level cultivation technique. However, it was only a remnant of a manual after all, so its might was limited. How could it compare to the saint-level cultivation technique that the imperial family had collected? Su Yu was grateful. He could imagine how difficult it would be for even the Duke to borrow the saint-level cultivation techniques of the royal family. However, for Su Yu's sake, he still made a promise. The Duke's kindness was as heavy as Mount Tai. Su Yu's heart was heavy. After Xiener left with the Duke, Su Yu returned to his room. As he passed by the courtyard where the 3 princes were, Su Yu recalled the green-robed guard beside the first prince. The terrifying power of a level 6. It's him. Su Yu's expression gradually turned serious. If he was not mistaken, that green-robed guard was the level 6 strong martial artist who had lured the Martial Arts Training Institute students to the Twilight Mountains. The 4th gold-ranked student, Tsingbir, had died at his hands. His corpse was still rotting in the valley. Su Yu, Lu Xian, and Lu Xing had almost mistakenly fallen into a trap. Su Yu had discovered them in advance and had luckily escaped. But how could he be the first prince's guard? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. In the side room, the first prince's face was gloomy. By Qi, have you exposed yourself to Su Yu? That day in the Twilight Mountains, the terrifying green-robed guard was indeed him. Hearing this, Bai Qi knelt on the ground and said in fear and trepidation, "First Prince, I have no impression of this person. For the past few months, I have been staying in the Twilight Mountains and rarely met anyone. If I had met him, I would have remembered him." That day, Su Yu had discovered him from a mile away. Su Yu could see Bai Qi clearly, but Bai Qi might not have been able to see Su Yu's face. Furthermore, Su Yu's aura, skin color, and clothing were worlds apart. Even if Su Yu stood in front of him, Bai Qi might not be able to recognize him. The first prince muttered to himself for a moment before coldly nodding his head. "Get up! I hope that Su Yu has mistaken you for someone else. Go and make the arrangements immediately and proceed with the original plan." For the next 5 days, Suyu was busy entertaining guests and had no time to train, especially since the young princess was mischievous and could not find him from time to time. Suyu could not leave. As the empire's most powerful duke, his daughter's engagement was a big deal. All the honored guests were nobles, generals, and ministers, as well as wealthy merchants. Every single one of them was an existence that could make the empire tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the local guests, apart from Xia Linxian from the Martial Arts Training Institute, no one had the right to attend the engagement ceremony. The 5th day was the last day of the reception. Xia Linxian brought his daughter Xia Jingyu to pay a visit. "Kid, congratulations." Xia Linxian was a little embarrassed. In the past, Suyu had been a student of the Martial Arts Training Institute. Unfortunately, his talent had been overlooked by Xia Linxian. Now, he had soared to become a relative of the emperor. Suyu cupped his fists and sincerely said, "Thank you, Housemaster Xia." Xia Jingyu was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her face was as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. She had a tranquil smile on her face. Her voice was gentle and her temperament was otherworldly. "Congratulations, you have to treat Xian well in the future. She has a pure heart, don't let her down." Suyu smiled. "I will remember Senior Xia's teachings. Please come in and have a seat." Suyu had a deep respect and gratitude for Xia Jingyu. He could not forget the bow that she had given him. Xia Linxian, who was walking in front, hesitated for a moment. He pulled a long face and said awkwardly, "Suyu, I heard that you have a good relationship with Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu has many problems on her path of cultivation. I hope that you can give her some pointers when you have the time." "Father." Xia Jingyu's skin was as white as porcelain. She blushed and stomped her feet in embarrassment. Suyu replied, "Senior Xia is a demon-level genius. Her abilities are above mine. How could I give her pointers? In the evening, when I am done with my work, we can exchange pointers." Xia Linxian looked at Suyu with admiration. Suyu's reply was experienced. It could be seen that Suyu's emotions were not something his peers could compare to. Xia Linxian sighed in envy. "The Duke of Xianyu has really picked a good son-in-law." Seeing the two of them leave, Suyu stood outside the hall and continued to entertain guests. "The Duke of Qin has arrived," a servant announced. Suyu raised his eyebrows, a cold expression flashing across his face. He had not forgotten that the Duke of Qin had forced him to give up on Jiang Xueqing. He quickly regained his composure. The engagement of the Duke of Xianyu had shaken the entire court. All of the nobles had come. The Duke of Qin was neither a friend nor foe of the Duke of Xianyu. It was understandable that he had come to congratulate him. "Greetings, Duke of Qin." Suyu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He was magnanimous, neither servile nor overbearing. He did not show his emotions, as if they had never been unhappy. Seeing Suyu again after 2 months, the Duke of Qin was shocked. Back then, when Suyu was just a commoner, he had displayed an extraordinary aura. He had immediately determined that Suyu was a talent. Now it had come true. The Duke of Xianyu had taken a liking to Suyu as his son-in-law. Furthermore, he had displayed his holy decree at the Martial Arts Training Institute. He had the qualifications to become the Holy King. The Duke of Qin felt a tinge of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have ended Suyu's life at all costs. His mistake had given Suyu a chance to grow. It would be difficult to get rid of him now. "Haha, Mr. Su, your future is limitless. If you have the chance to go to the imperial capital in the future, you can come to the Qin Manor for a chat." The Duke of Qin smiled warmly, just like before. The Duke of Qin had the intention to ease their relationship. Behind the Duke of Qin, a man and a woman stepped forward to greet him. "Congratulations, Mr. Su." Qin Feng and Jiang Xueqing had complicated expressions. Qin Feng had been humiliated most of the time. Not long ago, Su Yu had been beneath his notice. But now he had become a relative of the royal family, the fiancé of the young princess of Xinyu. The young princess of Xinyu, Qin Xianer, was one of the three beauties of the training institute, on par with Jiang Xueqing. Now that he had the beauty and a powerful backer, his status was no less than the Duke of Qinfeng's. Jiang Xueqing, on the other hand, felt even more bitter. She was the one who had abandoned Su Yu. Now, looking back, he had become a demonic genius with the potential to become the Holy King. He was Qin Xianer's fiancé, the son-in-law of a duke. His status was extraordinary. What made her even more bitter was that she had once fallen in love with this peerless purple-robed man. Su Yu lightly nodded without joy or sorrow. You must be tired from the long journey. I will order the servants to help you rest. At this moment, Xianer ran over from the corner of the courtyard, excitedly shouting from afar, Brother Su Yu! Brother Su Yu! Come quickly! Sister Jingyu is here, too. The three of us can exchange pointers together. Ever since this little girl had broken through to level 3, she had been excited for a few days and was especially interested in training. Even though it was only 30% enthusiasm, the Duke of Xinyu was sincerely gratified. Xianer hugged Su Yu's arm, affectionately tugging at him. After being together for half a month, the little girl had gotten used to Su Yu. Of course, most of the time she treated him as something to show off. Only then did Xianer notice the presence of the Duke of Qin and the others. Her watery eyes glanced at Jiang Xueqing. She had heard of Su Yu's misfortune. Seeing Jiang Xueqing, she immediately put her hands on her hips, angrily glaring at Su Yu. Humph! Are you the bad woman who abandoned Brother Su Yu? You're not much, not even as pretty as me. Let's go, Brother Su Yu, ignore them. Xianer dragged Su Yu into the inner yard. Su Yu turned back, cupping his fists in apology, instructing the servants to bring them to a side room. Jiang Xueqing's shoulders trembled slightly. Biting her lips, her heart filled with bitterness. That's right, compared to the young princess. What am I, Jiang Xueqing? In terms of looks, Jiang Xueqing did not lose to her. In terms of status, she was the high and mighty young princess, a relative of the emperor. How could Jiang Xueqing compare? Qin Feng felt humiliated, suppressing his anger. Qing ignore them. I don't believe that Su Yu can be arrogant his entire life. Neither he nor Jiang Xueqing wanted to participate in the engagement ceremony. One was someone who had lost to Su Yu. The other was someone who had abandoned Su Yu. However, their father had insisted that they come, ordering them to be respectful and submissive. That was why they felt so aggrieved. Xianer led Su Yu to a pavilion in the inner yard. It was already dusk and the lanterns had just been lit. The resplendent lights and the twinkling stars reflected off each other, illuminating the small courtyard filled with pear blossoms. Xia Jingyu sat quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard. Her slender figure, under the light and pear blossoms, was as graceful as a fairy. Chapter 38. There were few side dishes on the stone table in the courtyard. Xianer pounced forward and wolfed down the food, completely disregarding her image. Xia Jingyu took a small bite, her actions elegant, gentle, and graceful. After the meal, Xia Jingyu glanced at Su Yu and said gently, Let's exchange our cultivation experiences. Sure. Xian, I was overflowing with interest. Haha. Sister Jingyu, you don't know this, but I've been training so hard that I've accumulated a lot. When the water flows into the canal, I've finally broken through. The three royal brothers were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out, Xianer boasted, proud of herself. Su Yu smiled without saying a word. Xia Jingyu also smiled from time to time. The atmosphere was harmonious, warm, and tranquil. When everyone regained their senses, the moon was already high up in the sky, its radiance pouring down. Seeing that they were about to return to their respective rooms, Xia Jingyu bit her lip. Under the moonlight, her skin was as white as snow. Under the bright moonlight, her beauty was even more serene. Suyu, can you let me see your holy decree? I can try my best to repay you. Xia Jingyu's face was burning hot, her heart in turmoil. She understood how unreasonable her request was. Anyone who comprehended the holy decree would have to go through a lot of hardships and experience the tempering of time to achieve it. Asking to see it was tantamount to plagiarizing the holy decree. Unless they were blood relatives, no one would agree. But with the holy meat around the corner, Xia Jingyu desperately wanted to improve her abilities. Of course, no problem. As for repayment, forget it. Su Yu's straightforwardness was beyond her expectations, startling her. Su Yu had to thank Xia Jingyu for being able to comprehend the holy decree. In the underground relic, if not for her trying her best to comprehend the wall, Su Yu would not have noticed that the wall was not an ordinary object. He would not have used his time control to comprehend it. Whoosh! Su Yu quickly got into the zone, recalling the elder's heavenly finger in his mind. The ordinary finger was filled with an indescribable mystery, making it difficult for people to extricate themselves from it. It seemed to contain some sort of harmony with nature. Suyu, who was displaying the finger, seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth. It was as if he was no longer a person, but a component of nature. Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes glowed. Looking at it up close, the mystery was even clearer. Xia Jingyu's heart lit up. She seemed to have understood something. She gestured and extended her slender finger, drawing it across the air. But then, Xia Jingyu smiled bitterly. Although he had some comprehension in his heart, it was too shallow, and he could not draw out Su Yu's mysterious finger. A cool breeze blew as Su Yu approached. "Senior Xia, look at it again." Su Yu drew the heavenly finger once again from a close distance. Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she immersed herself in it. This time her comprehension was even deeper. However, what made her sigh bitterly was that she was unable to completely comprehend it. That profound feeling disappeared in a flash, and it was very difficult to imprint it in her memory. Forget it. Maybe it's because my opportunity hasn't arrived. Xia Jingyu gave up dejectedly. Su Yu thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, "If Senior Xia can stand it, I can guide you step by step. Perhaps you will be able to comprehend it more thoroughly." Hand in hand, dong dong. Xia Jingyu's heart thumped violently, and she subconsciously refused. Xiener, who was next to her, widened her eyes and chuckled as she shook her head. "Sister Jingyu, don't be so courteous with brother Suyu." "How am I being polite? It's just that men and women shouldn't touch each other." Xia Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when she thought about it again, Su Yu was a gentleman, and her shyness put her at a disadvantage. Biting her lips, Xia Jingyu's beautiful face turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Su Yu came behind her, and his large hands wrapped around her soft hands. Her jade-like hands were soft, smooth, and exquisite like jade. Holding them in his hands, she felt like she was holding a piece of warm jade, and it was extremely comfortable. Ah! Xia Jingyu felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hands. Su Yu's large palms were scalding hot, and her heart beat wildly. Her blood boiled, and her face turned red. The man's scent, which was close behind her, assaulted her senses, and she could not suppress her embarrassment. Although their bodies were not completely touching, they could already feel each other's warmth and scent. Such an embarrassing step-by-step guidance made Xia Jingyu want to give up on the spot. "Senior Xia, let's begin." Su Yu's expression was clear, and he did not have any distracting thoughts in his mind. Xia Jingyu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she felt that her whole body was stiff. She did not listen to her commands, and she allowed Su Yu to grab her right hand. She lifted it up high, and it gracefully slid down from the sky. "Senior Xia, focus your mind and discard all distracting thoughts." Sensing that Xia Jingyu's emotions were fading away, Suyu reminded her softly. Xia Jingyu bit her lips, and she tried her best to regain her composure. She then focused her attention on her hands. As she gradually entered the state, Xia Jingyu's comprehension became deeper and deeper under Suyu's guidance. It was as if she had found a door that allowed her to merge with nature, and she allowed herself to merge with the moonlight, the pear blossoms, and the courtyard. Under Suyu's guidance, her fingertips also started to show traces of mystery. An indescribably comfortable feeling welled up in her heart. Unknowingly, Xia Jingyu's delicate body had entered a completely relaxed state, and she was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. She was completely unaware that her delicate body was in Suyu's embrace. Her right hand followed Suyu's, and as it moved through the starry sky, it seemed like it was in harmony with nature. Xia Jingyu felt as if she was lying in a warm and safe place. She felt as if she was flying through the starry sky with the warmth behind her, and she was galloping through a vast grassland. There were no distracting thoughts, no sadness, no worries. There was only this endless warmth and comfort. At this moment, she really wanted to lie in this warmth forever. Outside the courtyard, the Duke of Xianyu and Xia Linxian walked past the entrance of the courtyard side by side and stopped at the same time. In their eyes, Xia Jingyu was lying in Suyu's embrace, and they were dancing under the moonlight. Even though she was constantly moving her fingers through the air, it was filled with elegance and grace, as if she was dancing. The two of them had merged into one, and they were as intimate as lovers. The Duke of Xianyu's expression was ugly. Suyu was his son-in-law, and on the eve of their engagement, he was actually intimate with another woman. What infuriated him the most was that his daughter was foolishly sitting at the side, admiring the scene with no sense of danger. But very quickly, the Duke of Xianyu realized that something was amiss. It was as if Suyu was teaching Xia Jingyu to understand the holy decree, and she had already touched the boundaries of the holy decree. While the Duke of Xianyu was secretly shocked at Xia Jingyu's level of comprehension, he could not help but blame Suyu. It was good to be grateful, but to impart the holy decree to someone else, he really did not take the holy decree seriously. Xia Linxuan's eyes were filled with joy. His daughter had actually felt a trace of the holy decree. Even though it was not as pure as Suyu's, she had crossed the threshold of the holy decree. With a little more practice, she would definitely be successful. A deep excitement came from the depths of his soul. If not for the fact that he was worried about disturbing his daughter, he would have already leaped forward in joy. There was hope for the Xia family. Filled with excitement, Xia Linxian looked at the two of them, who looked like a celestial couple. They were a match made in heaven. Xia Linxian could not help but sigh. If Suyu were my son-in-law, how great would it be? Hearing this, the Duke of Xianyu's mood eased a little. He said with a faint smile, "Haha, I'm afraid Housemaster Xia has no chance. Tomorrow, Suyu will be my son-in-law." The more outstanding his son-in-law was, the prouder the Duke of Xianyu was. At this moment, the young princess was no longer satisfied with merely admiring the scene. She giggled as she jumped up and down, tugging on Suyu's sleeves. She sweetly said, "Brother Suyu, Xianer wants it too." The commotion in the outside world caused Suyu to withdraw from his comprehension. Xia Jingyu also suddenly returned to reality from that comfortable state she had never been in before. A faint sense of loss quickly occupied his heart as Suyu pushed her away from his embrace. The warm feeling that had enveloped his whole body had disappeared. Suyu was naturally more than willing to help his future wife. He squatted down and smiled as he rubbed Xiener's head. "Of course you can, but you must study seriously and not be mischievous." Xiener allowed Suyu to rub her head, her face filled with enjoyment. She nodded. Yes, Xiener is the most obedient." Suyu brought Xiener into the mystical realm as if he was very familiar with it. Xiener was quite frank. Her petite body lay in Suyu's embrace, allowing Suyu to grab her hand and gesture it in the air. Xiener seemed to find it interesting. her face full of smiles. Xia Jingyu quietly stood to the side, watching the intimate actions of the two. The comfort and joy of comprehending the holy decree suddenly weakened, a dull feeling welling up in her heart. Time passed slowly, but Sienna was still unable to immerse herself in the holy decree. After 10 tries, she lost interest and pouted. "I'm not playing any more. It's not fun at all." Su Yu rubbed her head and was about to scold her when he suddenly noticed a mark on the back of her neck. It was red in color and shaped like a 9-tailed phoenix. It was very mysterious. Su Yu curiously tried to touch it with his finger. Sienna is being naughty again. The Duke of Xinyu had walked over and interrupted Su Yu's attempt. Su Yu could only give up. Sienna is talented, but her thoughts are not on the martial path. Sienna glared at Su Yu, her small fists fiercely hammering his chest. "That's not the case. I am a genius. I can achieve a breakthrough even without training. All right, it's getting late. You and Sienna should go and rest. You will be even more tired from the engagement ceremony tomorrow." The Duke of Xinyu patted Su Yu's shoulder. He was relieved to see the two of them getting along well. Watching the two of them leave, the Duke of Xinyu was gratified. Su Yu is a sentimental person. He will not let Sienna down in the future. "You quickly come with me." Xia Linxian could not wait and called his daughter away. Comprehending the holy decree was a joyous matter. "Oh!" Xia Jingyu let out a smile. Back in the house, Su Yu had a rare moment of peace and quickly cultivated. He had helped Xia Jingyu and Sienna comprehend the holy decree. After many practices, he had a deeper understanding. Previously, he had only felt the surface of the elder's heavenly finger. Now, he was showing signs of mastering it. However, there were too many people around, and he could not test it out. Slowly closing his eyes, Su Yu once again immersed himself in the elder's heavenly finger. Dark clouds covered the sky for thousands of miles. A cliff towered above the clouds, and an old man with the demeanor of an immortal was looking up at the sky. He extended his finger and drew a line in the air. The heavens, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, and all the living beings bowed down to him. With one finger, the sky cracked. A mysterious trajectory revolved around the finger. It was as if this finger contained the great way of heaven and earth. Su Yu followed the feeling in his heart and subconsciously drew his finger. Creak, rumble, with just one finger, the 10-foot-thick stone door shook. A deep crack spread across the stone door. Su Yu gradually stopped comprehending and stared at the crack in the stone door. He was deeply shocked. That elder, who was he? I had merely imitated the holy decree to a beginner level, and it already had such terrifying power? A level 5 lower tier would be defeated in one blow by me. Su Yu thought intensely. Chapter 39. This was the only explanation for the terrifying heavenly finger. Furthermore, Su Yu realized that the holy decree he had comprehended from the elder was different. The saint-level technique, Purple Star Thunderbolt, had only been enlightened after he had comprehended the elder's holy decree. But it was not as if there were no demons who had comprehended the holy decree. The number 1 demon of the Martial Arts Training Institute in the Xinyu Prefecture, Zheng Yilin, had comprehended it, but he had not learned Purple Star Thunderbolt. Judging from this, the holy decree Su Yu had comprehended was not simple. Clenching his fists, Su Yu was confident in the future of the martial paths. As long as he was given a sufficient platform, he would shine. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the divine 9-dragon cauldron in his mind gently trembled. A drop of spiritual liquid rolled out from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After the baptism, a 10th of the carved purple dragon had turned into a crystalline form. Su Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that his control of time had improved. Previously, in a quiet state, he could accelerate the time around him by 20 times. Now he could accelerate it by 30 times. In the state of boiling blood, he could accelerate the time around him by 40%. Now he could accelerate it by 50%. His eyesight had also become extremely good. He could clearly see the feathers of birds in the trees 2 miles away. Su Yu was overjoyed. Comprehending the holy decree would be extremely beneficial for activating the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Drip! Suddenly, Su Yu felt that the depths of his soul had undergone a baptism. His soul had become clear and ethereal, smoother and more natural than before. The fusion of the two Su Yu's souls had been a little rough, but after the baptism of the spiritual liquid, there were signs of fusion. A refreshing feeling welled up in Su Yu's heart. He flipped open the title page of Demonic Eyes. In the past, he could only see 7 words clearly, but now he could see 8 words clearly. This was the effect of the initial fusion of the souls. His soul talent had increased once again. With a thought, Su Yu focused on cultivating the demonic eyes. He had been stuck at stage 2 top class for some time, unable to progress. Now he would take the opportunity to try it out. Time passed bit by bit. This cultivation session lasted for an entire night. The next morning, the sun shone brightly and the birds chirped. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. With the increase in his soul talent, he had successfully cultivated stage 3 lower class of demonic eyes. At this moment, a soul-stirring sword could be condensed in his eyes. It could slash apart the enemy's soul and kill without a trace. It was extremely dangerous. As long as his opponent's cultivation was not 2 cultivation levels higher than Su Yu's, he could kill him with 1 strike. It was a terrifying and powerful trump card. Prince Consort Ma, please try on the bridegroom's attire. Outside the door, a servant shouted. Su Yu smiled faintly. His engagement ceremony in the other world? When he was dressed in purple, he was as handsome as jade and looked like an immortal. When they put on festive red makeup, they looked valiant and dignified. Under the guidance of a servant, Su Yu and Xianer met up in the courtyard, dressed in a petite and exquisite red dress. She looked like a little chili pepper. Her big watery eyes were looking at her attire excitedly and curiously. Hee, brother Su Yu. Xianer ran over to him with a smile. Do I look good? Su Yu was lost in thought for a moment. Her small face was exquisite and adorable, and her bright eyes were filled with innocence. She was petite and adorable, playful and pure. Was she really his fiancée? How could I, Su Yu, deserve it? Squatting down, Su Yu rubbed her head affectionately and said lovingly, Xianer will always be the most beautiful. Xianer raised her sharp, snow-white chin and said proudly like a proud peacock, Hee, it is your blessing to have me as your fiancée. Su Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, my princess. Xianer happily hugged Su Yu's arm and said excitedly, Let's go and get engaged. Her eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness. Su Yu smiled helplessly. Xianer was still a child and probably did not understand what an engagement meant to a woman. She only thought of it as a fun game. Shaking his head, Su Yu walked into the hall with her. The hall was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, and the sound of firecrackers was endless. It was a festive atmosphere. In the hall, many of the empire's nobles were sitting in rows, full of smiles. As a pair of beautiful women walked in, the guests looked over with a smile. The man was talented and handsome, like a celestial being in a painting. He had a noble temperament and peerless charm. The woman was petite and dainty, like a fairy from the legends. She was innocent and pure, and she was adorable. A perfect match made in heaven. The Duke of Xinyu has a shrewd eye for son-in-law. I can't help but admire him. Amidst the laughter and blessings, Su Yu and Xianer completed the engagement ceremony. Father-in-law, please have some tea. Su Yu and Xianer knelt down to serve tea. Seeing his most beloved Xianer get married, and seeing Su Yu as his son-in-law, he was extremely excited. A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His voice trembled as he said, Good. My daughter has finally found a husband. Taking the tea, The Duke of Xinyu downed it in one gulp. The crowd smiled and silently wished him well. The Duke of Xinyu was moved to tears. Perhaps this was one of the few happiest moments of his life. As a parent who would not think of their children, the Duke of Xinyu was no exception. Wiping away his tears, the Duke of Xinyu stood up and helped Suyu and Xian'er up. Holding Suyu's hand, the Duke of Xinyu choked with laughter. Take good care of Xian'er for me. Suyu's heart was moved. He would never forget the Duke's kindness. Bowing, Suyu lovingly held Xian'er's small hand. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. If the whole world is Xian'er's enemy, then my enemy is the whole world. These words shook the hearts of everyone. Xia Jingyu wore a blissful smile as she looked at Xian'er, her heart filled with envy. Jiang Xueqing lowered her head, a bitter smile on her face. Once upon a time, when they were childhood sweethearts, Suyu had also said to her that he would never change his heart even if the seas ran dry. Xian'er angrily waved her fist. Your enemy is the whole world. I have no enemy. Humph. The Duke of Xinyu laughed heartily. Good, good, good. I have not misjudged you. There are 3 things I am most proud of in my life. The Duke of Xinyu laughed heartily. First, marrying Xian'er's mother. Second, giving birth to a daughter, Xian'er. Third, choosing you as his son-in-law. Suyu's heart trembled. The Duke valued him so much. His debt of gratitude increased by another notch. The crowd smiled and congratulated him. I hereby announce that from this moment onwards, Suyu, you are Xian'er's fiancé. The Duke of Xinyu announced in front of everyone. The guests all stood up, cupped their fists, and congratulated the Duke. However, when all the guests stood up, there were 3 people who did not. Instead, they sat where they were, their expressions calm. They were sitting at the forefront. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, their statuses were extremely noble, causing the nobles who were congratulating them to gradually fall silent. The lively atmosphere cooled down at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, it was dead silent. A strange atmosphere filled the entire place. A bad premonition filled the hearts of the nobles. Having been immersed in politics for many years, they could sense that something was amiss. Suyu's heart was beating wildly. Ever since he had discovered the green-robed guard, he had had a bad premonition. And now, the strange behavior of the 3 princes had finally come true. The Duke of Xinyu's smile gradually faded, his expression calm and dignified. 3 princes, what is the meaning of this? The 3 princes slowly stood up. The first prince's expression was cold. He took out an imperial edict from his sleeves and held it with both hands, his voice low and stern. Duke of Xinyu, hear the edict! Crash! The guests' expressions suddenly changed. They all knelt down to hear the edict, their hearts shaking. What had happened? The 3 princes had brought the monarch's imperial edict. What was their purpose? Imperial edict? The Duke of Xinyu, Xian'er, and Suyu all knelt down to hear the edict. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees. The Duke of Xinyu has committed treason and colluded with the Fenghuang Empire. His crime is unforgivable. From today onwards, he will be escorted to the imperial capital to await further orders. Receive the edict. The Duke of Xinyu's heart shook, his face full of anger. Why would I commit treason? I want to see the monarch and question him in person. The first prince and the second prince's expressions were cold and emotionless. This is a personal edict from His Majesty. Follow us back to the imperial capital. There will be justice. The third prince's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, silently watching the situation unfold. The Duke of Xinyu laughed in extreme anger. Once I am imprisoned, right or wrong, it will all be up to you. Where is justice? In fact, the Duke of Xinyu suspected that they were faking the imperial edict. The monarch was critically ill. There were rumors that he had been placed under house arrest by the first and second princes. Even though he wanted to save the monarch, he had no proof. Now the 2 princes were using the imperial edict to get rid of him. just like the previous Duke of Juchuan, who was charged with conspiracy and had his possessions confiscated. All his children over the age of 10 were executed. It did not matter if he died, but Sienna was only 14 years old. How could she be implicated by him? The first prince's eyes were cold as he shouted, "How dare you, Duke of Xinyu, to refuse the imperial edict and plot against me? Men, surround the Duke of Xinyu. Kill anyone who dares to resist." The merciless order reverberated throughout the hall. Outside the Duke's manor, heavy footsteps could be heard. A group of guards dressed in green, disguised as ordinary people, threw away their disguises and quickly surrounded the Duke's manor, searching for the Duke of Xinyu's family. Clang! The Duke of Xinyu's black armor guards quickly engaged the invading enemies. Bang, bang! But there was a group of extremely strong guards dressed in green, and they charged into the hall like a hot knife through butter. The leader of the group was the level 6 of the martial path by Qixiong. 5 days ago, he had been ordered to break up the green armor guards outside the city, disguise themselves as ordinary people, and sneak into the Xinyu prefecture. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to capture the people of the Duke of Xinyu's manor. Behind him, there were 10 level 5 guards dressed in green, sealing the entrance and exit of the hall. Do not move, or you will be treated as treason, and you will be executed. Bai Qixiong's level 6 peak aura suppressed the surroundings. The flustered guests did not dare to move. Capture them! The second prince shouted. The Duke of Xinyu, the Princess of Xinyu, and her fiancé. As he glanced at Su Yu, a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. The sudden imperial edict had changed everything. What was supposed to be a joyous engagement ceremony had turned into a murderous situation. Xia Jingyu knew something was wrong. She moved her delicate body and was about to escape, but was stopped by Xia Linxian. Calm down. Xia Linxian had a serious expression. Wait and see. Do not go against the imperial edict. Everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Do not act rashly. However, Xia Jingyu's heart was filled with anxiety. She could only silently endure and observe the situation. Although Xia Linxian was strong, he was not strong enough to make the empire his enemy. The two princes had the imperial edict in their hands. If Xia Linxian dared to resist, it would be disobeying the imperial edict. Qin Feng, who had a gloomy expression, was overjoyed, laughing to himself. Ha ha ha! Su Yu, I thought I had become a phoenix. I did not expect to be implicated by the Duke of Xinyu and die even faster. Outside, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. They were all black armor guards groomed by the Duke of Xinyu, and they were at least level 5 of the martial path. If not for them, there would have been more than 10 green armor guards charging into the hall. They had to thank the Duke of Xinyu for grooming a group of experts, or else the situation would have been even more dangerous. The Duke of Xinyu was prepared for trouble from the royal family, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. He had not seen his daughter get married, nor his grandson born. He knew that if he surrendered, he would not be able to see the light of day again. The fate of the Duke of Juchuan was his fate. His eyes were filled with grief and anger. The Duke of Xinyu was filled with murderous intent. He would not surrender. You two princes gave me a fake imperial edict. You have the ambition of wolves. I will not forgive you. Ha! The Duke of Xinyu brazenly attacked and killed the first prince. Chapter 40. Swoosh! Bai Qixiong stood in front of the first prince. His lips curled into a mocking smile. I have heard that the Duke of Xinyu is the strongest duke in the Fenglin Empire. Your abilities are unparalleled. I have admired you for a long time. Let me see how powerful you are. Song of the Breeze Sword. Whoosh! With a light touch on his waist, he held the soft sword in his hand. The body of the sword was cold and serene. With a flick of his wrist, the sword was like a breeze airtight. The sound of the sword was like a soul-calming song, dazzling the eyes. The Duke of Xinyu had a grave expression. Song of the Breeze sword, surnamed by? Could it be that you are the genius swordsman by Xiong who was ranked 11th at the Holy Meet 15 years ago? 15 years ago, a genius swordsman at the age of 16 had achieved a frightening level 6 lower tier of the martial path. During the Holy Meet, he rarely met a worthy opponent and killed his way to the 11th place, shocking the Empire, after which he disappeared. Unexpectedly, he was recruited by the first prince as his bodyguard. Now his abilities had broken through to the peak of level 6, and he was even more powerful than the Duke of Xinyu. Bai Qixiong thrust his sword forward, chuckling, "Genius swordsman? Haha, compared to the top 10, I am just a piece of trash." How terrifying was the Holy Meet! A level 6 lower tier of the martial path was only ranked outside the top 10. In the vast Xinyu prefecture, there were only a few level 6 lower tiers of the martial path. Clang, the two exchanged blows, and the Duke of Xinyu was at a disadvantage. The former Holy Meet genius had terrifying abilities. Bai Qixiong mocked, "The strongest Duke of Xinyu is only SOSO." Whoosh! He once again charged forward with his sword, tangling with the Duke of Xinyu. Both of them were level 6 fighters, and their vital energy was strong. Every move they made contained a terrifying power. A guest who could not dodge in time was injured by the shock wave. He spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suyu immediately hugged Xiener and dodged. Xiener was stunned, still recovering from the sudden disaster. She hit Suyu's chest. "Brother Suyu, someone is bullying father. Let's go help." "It's useless, as we are too insignificant in a battle between them." Suyu's fingernails dug deep into his flesh. Once again, he felt how insignificant he was. Because of his insignificance, he was powerless when Jiang Xueqing was snatched away by the high and mighty junior duke. Because he was insignificant, he was powerless when the royal duke, whom he had shown kindness to, was killed by the Empire. Deep remorse and guilt filled his heart. As such, he didn't even notice that his palm was bleeding profusely. Hula! With a flash of air, the second prince, together with 3 green-robed guards of level 5 lower tier, chased after them and blocked the way. "Humph! Rebels, surrender now!" The second prince shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a sneer. When his gaze swept past Xian, it was filled with lust. Qin Xiener was known as the #1 beauty in the royal family. He had coveted her for a long time. He had proposed to the Duke of Xinyu many times, but was always rejected. Today, with the Duke of Xinyu in trouble and Qin Xiener captured alive, wouldn't he be able to play with her? As long as he used the Duke of Xinyu as a threat, Qin Xiener would have to compromise in order to save her father. She would strip naked and climb into his bed to please him. When that time came, he would do whatever he wanted. Let him play with her and enjoy her. Attack! If you dare to resist, kill without mercy. The second prince secretly licked his lips, his expression imposing as he gave the order. The 3 green-robed guards were his trusted subordinates and naturally knew what their master was thinking. As such, they would only attack Suyu, not Qin Xiener. Qin Xiener would be thrown onto their master's bed tonight. Sob, sob. Father. Tears welled up in Xiener's eyes, helplessly and indignantly looking at her father, trapped in a bitter battle with Bai Qixiong. The once innocent, adorable, and carefree little face no longer existed. All that was left was tears. Su Yu's heart ached. He wanted to slap himself. How could he let his fiancée, his own woman, cry? Creak! The 3 green-robed guards mercilessly attacked. Rebel, surrender now. Coiling dragon finger, water splitting palm. The 2 level 5 lower tier green-robed guards on the left and right attacked first. Su Yu's eyes were cold. This was the first time he had shown killing intent since coming to this strange world. Why? Why did the Duke's manor have to be destroyed by them? The Duke was supposed to be enjoying his old age. The princess was supposed to be innocent and lively. The Duke's manor was supposed to be harmonious. a warm home for Suyu to use as a harbor in this strange world. Why, for their own selfishness, for the sake of power, did they have to be so unscrupulous? The thick killing intent was like a raging flame burning in Suyu's chest. Two ferocious attacks, brazenly attacked. Die! Suyu roared, a furious roar. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Suyu, with endless killing intent, attacked with all his might. The shadow of the purple fist was like an unparalleled thunder dragon, overturning the seas. It confronted the coiling dragon finger. Creak! Crack! Ah, the first guard's arm was blasted by the purple thunderbolt. He spat out blood and flew 6 meters away, smashing deeply into the wall. His heart was instantly shattered and he died. One punch killed a strong level 5 martial artist. The guest sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The second prince's gaze turned cold. Attack together! No matter how strong a person is, he can't deal with so many people at the same time. As he gave the order, he dodged far away, calmly crossing his arms as he watched with a cold smile, as if he was watching a cornered beast fight. His lascivious gaze landed on Sienner's petite and delicate body from time to time. He laughed lewdly. Sienner, tonight you are mine. Water, splitting palm. The green-robed guard took advantage of Suyu's moment of attack to launch a sneak attack on Suyu's back. Puff! Suyu could not block it in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood sprayed onto the face of the young princess in his arms. The warm liquid caused Sienner to subconsciously look up. Suyu's mouth was full of blood, a ghastly sight. Brother Suyu, don't. Qin Sienner screamed in fear. Her father was surrounded and her fiancé was seriously injured. For the first time in her life, the innocent Qin Sienner was lonely and helpless. Suyu protected Sienner tightly in his arms as he slammed into a stone pillar. His organs were shaken, and he forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth. He forced a smile. Be good, Sienner, I will not die. Father will not die either. Cough, cough. Sienner's cries made Suyu feel grief and indignation. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, filled with monstrous, murderous intent. I want all of you dead. Suyu roared with grief and indignation, like a trapped beast in a hopeless situation. The strong wind blew his black hair and fluttered his red robe. His pitch-black eyes were filled with murderous intent. Diabolic sword! Die! Suyu's eyes quickly turned pitch-black. A sword formed from black light shot out like a ray of light. Ah! The green-robed guard who had used the water-splitting palm let out a horrible shriek as blood spurted from his 5 orifices, and he died. Before he died, it was as if he had suffered a great deal of pain. His facial features were contorted, looking extremely hideous. Xia Linxian gasped. Stage 3 of Diabolic Eyes. Diabolic Sword. How is this possible? Could he be an extremely frightening prodigy of souls? Xia Linxuan's entire body trembled. Prodigies of souls were the most unique group of martial artists. They possessed mysterious and unpredictable soul attacks that could kill people without them noticing. They were extremely frightening. They were almost invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Suyu had hidden his abilities very well. He was actually a prodigy of souls with frightening potential. The expression of the second prince, who had hidden himself far away and thought that he was safe, changed. He dodged in a hurry. A shred of panic filled his heart as he screamed shrilly, Quick! Quick, kill him! He is a prodigy of souls. Prodigies of souls could kill people without them noticing. They did not care about distance. The last green-robed guard was in the midst of killing. When he saw this, he was terrified and hurriedly stopped in his tracks with the intention of fleeing. Diabolic sword. Die. Ah! The green-robed guard died with blood spurting from his 5 orifices. He had died a miserable death. The diabolic sword was dangerous and unpredictable. It killed people without them noticing. It was a murderous move. Under normal circumstances, Suyu would never use it against his enemies. However, the two princes had forced him to the brink of death, triggering his endless killing intent. The last guard had died in battle. The bottom of the second prince's feet turned cold. He frantically fled in the direction of the first prince, screaming like a woman, "Brother, save me! Quick, save me!" At this moment, his mind no longer had Qin Xianer's charm. All that was left in his mind was the desperation of surviving. Although the first prince was fighting, he was also paying attention to what was happening. His pupils shrank. Suyu was a mysterious and frightening prodigy of souls. Stop! Killing a member of the royal family is a heinous crime. You, the first prince, sternly berated. Suyu's eyes were bloodshot. Outside the hall, a cold wind blew, blowing his red robe. His robe danced in the wind, his black hair flying. He looked like a god of death. His eyes, as deep as the starry sky, burned with a raging fire that could cover the sky. The first prince's words fell on deaf ears. Diabolic sword, die. His murderous words reached the heavens. A small black sword shot out from his pupils, piercing through time and space. With an irresistible force, it slashed into the second prince's body. Ah! The second prince let out a blood-curdling scream. His facial features contorted, and he foamed at the mouth as he died. No matter how powerful he was when he was alive, no matter how powerful he was in death, everything turned to dust. Brother! The first prince's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The second prince was his biological brother. They had grown up together, and he had always supported the first prince in his fight for the throne. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Suyu? Killing a member of the royal family is a heinous crime. Attack! Kill him on the spot. The first prince's eyes were bloodshot, his heart filled with rage. He had thought that the trip to the Xinyu prefecture was in the bag. Who would have thought that Suyu would be so daring as to kill a member of the royal family? Haha! You are well done. I did not misjudge you. The Duke of Xinyu could not stop laughing. He was extremely pleased. If the Xinyu prefecture surrendered, the only fate awaiting them was to be killed. They might as well fight back and kill as many as they could. Suyu had gone against the odds and killed the second prince. This made the Duke of Xinyu very pleased. Kill them. The first prince was furious, taking the lead. A frightening aura of a level 5 peak cultivator spread out with a bang. The first prince was the one who had hidden his strength. If he had not been completely infuriated that day, no one would have known that he was a powerful level 5 peak martial artist. 7 green-robed guards were filled with murderous intent as they charged forward without fear of death. Among them, 6 were level 5 lower tier, and 1 was level 5 upper tier. Under their siege, even a level 6 of the martial path would die, let alone Suyu. Suyu was fearless in the face of a desperate situation, laughing maniacally. A true man, death is death. What is there to fear? Carrying the trembling Xiener, Suyu unleashed a powerful defiance in the desperate situation. Diabolic sword. One look, one kill. One step, one life. Chapter 41. Xiao Linxian looked anxious. Not good. It is said that the diabolic sword consumes a lot of soul energy. Su, you might not be able to sustain it for long. Suyu's face paled with each kill. Using it 3 times in a row had seriously damaged his soul. But Suyu only had one thought in his mind: kill. Diabolic sword. 5th person eliminated. 6th person eliminated. The guests gasped in shock. A mere level 4 had killed 6 level 5s in a row. What kind of terrifying son-in-law had the Duke of Xinyu found? Only 4 of the 10 green-robed guards were left. 1 level 5 upper tier and 3 level 5 lower tier. Whoosh! Suyu's face was as pale as paper, his soul feeling a stinging pain. Diabolic sword could no longer be used. The 3 lower-tier green-robed guards swallowed hard, their hearts trembling. The leader of the green-robed guards had a cold expression. Attack! His soul is exhausted. He can no longer use secret soul techniques. The three green-robed guards clenched their teeth and attacked. Su Yu's soul energy was exhausted, but he still had the strength to fight. Purple Star, Thunderbolt. Su Yu roared, purple lightning circling his fists as he attacked. Seventh person eliminated. Puff. Taking advantage of this gap, he suffered a blow from the back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple Star, Thunderbolt. Su Yu was not afraid of death. As he flew backward, he counterattacked. Eighth person eliminated. Puff. The ninth green-robed guard took advantage of the gap and slammed his palm into Su Yu's chest. Su Yu was seriously injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple Star, Thunderbolt. Su Yu was like a trapped beast, filled with killing intent in this desperate situation. Ninth person eliminated. Little bastard. Die. The last green-robed guard, the leader of the level 5 upper tier guards, attacked furiously with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! The air exploded, the fierce palm force far exceeding that of a level 5 lower tier. The powerful vital energy flowed into his palms. He slammed into Su Yu's abdomen. Wah! Su Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, the blood mist covering half the sky. This strike was unprecedentedly strong, and Su Yu's injuries were unprecedentedly serious. He was thrown to the ground and rolled several times, breaking countless wooden chairs before he finally came to a stop. His mouth was full of blood, and 3 of his ribs were broken. His entire body was like it was about to explode. Brother Su Yu. Sienna's eyes were filled with grief, anger, and hatred. For the first time in her innocent life, she felt hatred towards life. Why did my father have to be killed by bad people? Why did brother Su Yu have to be besieged? Su Yu stroked her head as his body trembled. He stood up and forced a smile on his bloodshot face. Sienna, don't cry. I will protect you. Is he a monster? You can't even kill him like that. The green-robed guard leader's scalp went numb. A normal level 4 would have perished long ago after suffering the first palm strike of a level 5 lower tier. However, Su Yu had suffered at least 4 blows. In the last attack, a level 5 upper tier cultivator made a move. His power was peerless, but he actually didn't die. Just how strong was his body? The first prince looked at the blood-covered Su Yu, his heart filled with fear. This person must not be allowed to live. Attack! Kill him! He can't do it anymore. The green-robed leader's eyes flashed. He clenched his teeth and charged forward. Kneel and accept your death. A powerful attack came. Su Yu's expression was solemn. He protected Sienna with one hand and raised his other hand high in the air. He drew a mysterious finger in the air. This finger caused the air to boil and the wind to howl. This finger seemed to cause the mountains to collapse, the earth to crack, and the rivers to flow backward. Su Yu was like a man in a painting, integrated with nature, his finger drawing a mysterious path. Heavenly finger. Su Yu understood the old man's painting, his eyes cold and disdainful as he drew a line in the air. Creak, puff, the level 5 upper tier green-robed guard suddenly suffered an invisible injury. A huge wound appeared on his chest, so deep that his bones could be seen. He looked up and spat out blood. How could? His eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. The green-robed leader fell to the ground. The first prince and the guests were all aghast. The holy decree. It's actually the holy decree. Rumor has it that those who comprehend the holy decree have the qualifications to become the holy king. Could it be that the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu is a frightening holy decree comprehender? Soul talent, holy decree. The son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu, he hit it too well. Is this unparalleled demon going to fall just like that? The first prince's expression changed, his killing intent dense. He was already regretting his impulsiveness in dealing with the Duke of Xinyu. Who would have thought that his son-in-law would comprehend the holy decree? If he were to break through to the Holy King in the future, even if the first prince were to ascend to the throne, his entire family would be exterminated. This person could not be allowed to live. How dare you rebel? I cannot let you live. The first prince's level 5 peak aura made it difficult for Suyu to circulate his blood. Fire Seal, a level 5 peak fatal blow. His palm was surrounded by endless flames, emitting a terrifying power. The terrifying vital energy filled his entire body, with an unstoppable force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. This attack not only targeted Suyu, but Xiener as well. Brother Suyu, don't worry about me, run. Life was full of ups and downs, and Xiener seemed to have grown up overnight. Her expression was sorrowful as she struggled and gently pushed Suyu away. The first prince was dealing with the Xinyu prefecture, and Suyu was only implicated. Brother Suyu, I'm sorry, I can't be your bride anymore. Xiener's small face was filled with tears, and she tried her best to smile. Although it was a smile, it was so sad and heart-wrenching. Her delicate body turned, and she stood in front of Suyu. With her petite body, she had brazenly blocked the first prince's fatal blow. In Suyu's eyes, Xiener's frail body was gradually engulfed by the raging flames. Her sorrowful smiling face was as mournful as autumn leaves, becoming the final farewell of her life. No, Suyu roared. His eyes instantly turned to crystal. Time control. Suyu growled, and his body entered a state of accelerated time. The outside world seemed to freeze. Xiener was about to be completely engulfed by the flames. That mournful, tearful smile was frozen in the final moment of her life. Whoosh! Suyu's figure was like lightning. In the eyes of the outside world, his speed was more than half that of Xiener's. At the critical moment, Suyu rushed over and pulled Xiener into his embrace. Then he used his back to block the fatal blow. Even if I die, don't think you'll have it easy. Suyu's eyes glowed, and he raised his finger, slashing down in the air. Heavenly finger. Rumble. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that in that instant, Suyu had turned into a shadow and stood in front of Xiener, fighting the first prince to the death. Ah, the first prince was caught off guard, and with a pathetic cry, he covered his face. Looking at the right side of his face, starting from his eyeball all the way to his chin, there was a hideous wound, so deep that the bone could be seen. Without a doubt, that right eyeball was destroyed. His face was also completely disfigured. Wah! But Suyu had suffered the fatal blow. His abdomen had been burned by the raging flames, and blood was flowing freely. He, who was already seriously injured, was on the brink of death, and only a shred of consciousness remained. No, Brother Suyu. Xiener was stunned at first, then felt Suyu's life ebbing away, and her heart trembled violently. The innocent and pure Xiener felt a heart-wrenching pain for the first time. It was like when her mother had left her years ago, the grief of having her soul hollowed out. No, Brother Suyu, I don't want you to die. Xiener covered Suyu's abdomen, tears streaming down her face. As Suyu lay dying, his eyes reflected Xiener's crying face. He squeezed out his last bit of energy, caressing her head. Don't cry, my fiancée. You can't cry. The guests were silent. The tragic battle and parting before death had shaken their souls. The struggle for power in the royal family was cruel. The first prince's face was in extreme pain, and his savage nature was completely triggered. He roared, I'll kill you. Whoosh! The first prince attacked with hatred. Suyu, I did not misjudge you. The Duke of Xinyu's eyes lit up like never before, and he laughed heartily. After forcing Bai Qixiong back with a palm, the Duke of Xinyu shot out a bright, white light from his sleeves. At first glance, it looked like a token, but it was an illusory body formed by vital energy. Whoosh! The bright white light entered the space between Suyu's brows. When the white light dissipated, a token imprinted with the words "Holy Meat" appeared on his forehead. The guests gasped, "Holy Meat token! A token to qualify to participate in the Holy Meat? Only with this token can one participate in the Holy Meat. It is rumored that those who possess this token will receive the protection of the Holy King. Before the Holy Meat ends, anyone who dares to lay a hand on him will have to pay a heavy price. 30 years ago, there was an exceptional genius that the ruling royal family feared. Hence, they secretly got rid of him. When the Holy King found out about this, he flew into a rage. The monarch of the royal family, along with his bloodline, were exterminated in an instant, leaving not a single one alive. The royal family was the descendant of the Holy King, but in order to maintain order, they did not hesitate to kill their own descendants. From then on, no one, not even the royal family, dared to lay a hand on the geniuses participating in the Holy Meat. As expected, the first prince was furious, but the Holy Meat token caused his expression to change. He stopped in his tracks, not daring to move an inch. If this place was in the wilderness, the first prince would not mind killing him secretly. But the nobles of the royal family could see that once he attacked, he would be looking down on the Holy King. In the past, even the monarch of the royal family had been killed, let alone a mere first prince. With eyes filled with fear, the first prince glared at the Duke of Xinyu furiously. You actually gave him the one and only slot." The Duke of Xinyu laughed. "Yuer is my son-in-law. For my daughter, he was willing to sacrifice his life. What's the harm in giving him a mere token?" It turned out that the Duke of Xinyu had some doubts. He was worried about Su Yu's loyalty to his daughter. Hence, he did not give the token to him. But just now, in order to save his daughter, Su Yu was willing to sacrifice his life, completely winning the Duke of Xinyu's trust. In the nick of time, the Duke of Xinyu gave the token to him. As long as he had the token, the first prince would not dare to attack him. Moreover, the token contained a mysterious power that could heal Su Yu's injuries. "Humph, if I can't kill him, do you think I can't kill your daughter?" The first prince was filled with anger, brazenly charging toward Sienna. "Humph!" At this moment, a cold grunt could be heard. "Pooh!" The first prince spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. A look of shock appeared on his face. Just a grunt was enough to injure him. How scary was this person? Whoosh! An old and shriveled man stood with his hands behind his back, appearing like a ghost in front of Sienna. His eyes were cold and emotionless. "Kill her? You don't have the right." Chapter 42. The eldest prince's pupils shrank and his expression darkened. "Insolent martial artist, this is a matter of the royal family. Why aren't you backing down? Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death in the vast Fenglin Empire." Although the seventh heaven of the martial path was strong, it was far from enough to fight against the empire. Xiao Linxian was also at the seventh sky of the martial path, but at this moment he didn't dare to interfere. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the empire. The old man's wrinkled face twitched, and he sneered. "I'm not from the Fenglin Empire. You're just a prince. What can you do to me?" After saying this, he grabbed Su Yu with one hand and Sienna with the other, coldly glaring at Bai Qixing. "Still not going to scram?" With just a glance, Bai Qixing's face turned pale, his heart thumped, and he subconsciously stopped. The Duke of Xinyu withdrew and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, Elder Qin, for helping me out." This person was Old Qin. Old Man Qin's aged eyes scanned the surroundings. The might of a level 7 caused everyone's limbs to turn cold. No one dared to take even half a step forward. "Duke, leave. The Fenglin Empire is no longer a place for you." Old Qin sighed desolately. The Duke of Xinyu was grief-stricken. He had stayed in the Xinyu prefecture for decades, and it had long become his hometown. Now he was forced to leave the empire and flee the country because of the treacherous people. Filled with nostalgia, The Duke of Xianyu flew away and chased after Senior Qin, embarking on his journey of betrayal. The Duke of Xianyu was about to leave with the old man. The first prince's face was filled with hostility. He gritted his teeth in pain and bellowed furiously, "Stay here!" "Pa!" The first prince smashed a pendant hidden on his neck with a palm strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely terrifying aura swept out in all directions. A tall, fiery red figure suddenly appeared behind him. The silhouette was blurry, and it seemed to be formed by the condensation of true qi. However, it exuded a terrifying pressure. Old Qin's face suddenly became serious. The 8th level of the martial path! Not good. Let's go. That figure was an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path. It was formed from true qi and contained the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path's fatal blow. Even old Qin, who was at the 7th heaven, would perish instantly. This item was the first prince's final defensive treasure. It was extremely precious and could only be used once. You want to leave? Too late. Kill them. The first prince laughed maliciously, his killing intent rising. Hoo! The fiery red figure moved, covering the sky and earth. A terrifying might that could exterminate countless creatures swept out in all directions. The guests were all prostrating on the ground, unable to move. They were horrified to the extreme. Old Man Qin's face turned serious, which was rare for him, and he quickly ran away. However, how could he escape an attack from an 8th layer of heaven? Rumble! A 10 feet long flaming blade slashed out from the fiery red figure. Chila! The air burned, and a violent whimper erupted. Air currents swirled wildly, and a fiery wind blew in all directions, causing people to feel suffocated. Ah! Elder Qin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before the flaming saber could even reach him, he had already suffered a heavy injury from the aftershock. With a bitter smile, old Qin knew that he was going to die here. However, at this moment, Shua! A figure actually flew behind old Qin and used his flesh body to block the terrifying flaming blades. Old Qin, Xian and you, please take care of them. The Duke of Xianyu's eyes were filled with despair as he looked back. There was only so much he could do. Royal Prince! Old Man Qin's expression changed as he roared in shock. Leave quickly. As long as Xian and you are alive, I have no regrets in this life. The Duke of Xianyu let out a desolate laugh. Old Man Qin could not bear to see this happen. He clenched his teeth and took the 2 children with him as he flew away. Suyu only had a sliver of consciousness. He looked at the Duke of Xianyu. In order to protect them, he had stayed behind to block the fatal blow. His heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. A heart-wrenching grief roared in his heart. Why did this happen? Suyu, take care of Xian for me, please. The Duke of Xianyu held back his tears, leaving behind a benevolent yet desolate smile. This smile was an eternal farewell. The next moment he was engulfed by the boundless flames. This was the last scene that Suyu saw. The Duke of Xianyu, whom he had treated like a father, had given up his life for him and Xian No. Suyu roared with all his might. An unprecedented hatred reverberated in his heart. That hatred seemed to want to explode his body, to destroy the heavens and earth, to destroy all shackles. First Prince! Suyu let out a deafening roar. Endless hatred and murderous intent lingered in the heavens, piercing through the clouds. If I do not kill you, Suyu, will never be human! Bang! The Duke of Xianyu blocked most of the flames, but there was still a remnant that spread, engulfing Old Man Qin's back. Old Man Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured in an instant. But he used the momentum to escape the Duke's manor, quickly escaping the Xianyu prefecture with the 2 children. Suyu's oath reverberated in the sky above the Duke's manor, unwilling to dissipate. That hatred pierced through the heavens, burning the mountains, rivers, and earth, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. Those who heard it were shocked, a chill running down their spines. That oath was terrifyingly persistent. The first prince's heart thumped wildly, a sliver of unease quickly creeping into his heart. As a prince, as someone with imperial power, it was rare for him to feel uneasy. The auditorium was in a mess. The fiery red figure gradually dissipated. What was left was a 10-foot-long, frighteningly deep groove. But in the deep groove lay a middle-aged man on the brink of death. His right arm had turned to dust, dripping with fresh blood. His entire body was weak, on the brink of death. It was the Duke of Xianyu who was still alive. Even old man Qin could not survive a blow. But the Duke of Xianyu had luckily survived. Third brother, what do you mean? The first prince's eyes glowed fiercely glaring at the third prince. It was the third prince who had used his precious amulet to save the Duke of Xianyu at that critical moment. Otherwise, the Duke of Xianyu would not have simply lost his right arm, but would have been burned to ashes. The third prince was still smiling, his voice warm. First brother, we are here to escort the Duke back to the imperial capital. If we were to kill him on the spot, how would we explain it to the world? Could it be that he would have the reputation of killing a royal prince without distinguishing right from wrong? If we caused the other dukes to feel uneasy, causing the empire to fall, how would you explain it to the world? The first prince was furious, but he knew that the third prince's words were reasonable. With an uncertain expression, the first prince stared at the third prince, angrily shouting, "We will split into 2 groups. One group will escort the Duke back to the imperial capital. The other group will pursue the Princess of Xianyu." The matter was settled. The Duke's right arm was crippled, becoming a cripple, and he was reduced to a prisoner. The Xianyu prefecture was no more. But the first prince had suffered heavy losses. The second prince had been killed. His right eye was crippled, and his face was ruined. Compared to getting rid of the Xianyu prefecture, the price that the first prince had to pay was too high. Furthermore, the vow that the Duke of Xianyu's son-in-law had made before he escaped became a thorn in the first prince's heart, making him feel uneasy. If he could do it all over again, the first prince would never want to attack the Xianyu prefecture. The price was too high. The people of the royal family retreated. Before the third prince left the duke's manor, he lightly sighed. A loyal duke should not end up like this. I can only help you this much. As the guests retreated, Duke Qin and many other nobles followed the first prince. They were the first prince's supporters, and on this trip back to the imperial capital, they would naturally travel with the first prince. Along the way, the first prince summoned Duke Qin. I heard that your son had a conflict with Suyu? The right side of the first prince's face was wrapped in bandages, and the piercing pain caused his tone to be cold. Suyu had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and he naturally wanted to find out more about Suyu. It was not difficult for him to obtain such insider information. Duke Qin did not dare hide the truth for a woman. Thinking about this, Duke Qin was filled with remorse. He had known that Suyu had hidden his abilities so well, and that he was so terrifying. He was a prodigy of souls, and a holy decree comprehender. No matter what, he would have stopped his son from fighting over a woman with him. But now it was too late for regrets. Then the important task of getting rid of Suyu will be handed to you. The first prince said hatefully. Duke Qin's body trembled, his face pale. First prince, please have mercy. Suyu is a bearer of the Holy Seal. Once it is discovered that the Qin manor has acted against him, the entire Qin clan will be executed. How could Duke Qin not understand that the first prince was worried that he would be punished by the Holy King if he acted against Suyu? Hence, he had asked the Qin family to act on his behalf. In the future, when the matter was exposed, the Qin family would be the scapegoat, and it would have nothing to do with the first prince. The first prince coldly grunted. Do you think that Suyu will let you off in the future? I do not believe that Su Yu will forget about the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. If you do not get rid of him while he is still young, your Qin family will be exterminated in the future." Duke Qin was silent for a moment, and his eyes gradually became stern. How could he not understand this logic? "The only thing we can do now is to assassinate him. Your Qin manor has nurtured many experts, and it is time to give them an important task. If this matter is successful, when the first prince ascends to the throne, it will be your credit." Having seen Su Yu's terrifying talents, the first prince was extremely afraid of Su Yu. "I understand." Duke Qin's heart was cold, and he gradually made up his mind. After a pause, Duke Qin said, "Then what should we do with that woman, Su Yu? Should we kill her or—" The first prince waved his hands. "No need. Take good care of her. She might come in handy in the future." Duke Qin understood that he would not kill her, nor would he touch her. He sighed in his heart. His son and Jiang Xueqing's engagement ceremony would have to be delayed. At least before Su Yu died, he could not touch her. In the depths of the dense forest of the Twilight Mountains, Senior Qin's face was pale, and he put down the two children. Sienna had suffered a huge blow and had long since fainted. Su Yu's body had been tempered by the jade fire marrow and was different from a normal person's. Furthermore, the healing effects of the Holy Order had healed his serious injuries, and the bloody hole in his abdomen had stopped bleeding. The effects of the Holy Order are not bad, but your body is even more remarkable. You actually recovered from your serious injuries. Senior Qin was surprised. Su Yu's eyes were dull, and he did not want to say anything. The scene of the Duke of Xinyu's death lingered in his mind. Sigh. Feeling Su Yu's sorrow, Senior Qin sighed. "Rest here for a while. I will look for some herbs to heal your injuries. This place is very safe, and no demonic beasts will attack." After Senior Qin left, the cave was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Sienna woke up from her coma. "No, father." Once she woke up, her mind was filled with the scene of the Duke of Xinyu's death and her pathetic screams. Her once joyous laughter, her innocent and lively voice was heartbreaking. Chapter 43. "Sien, don't cry." Su Yu's voice was hoarse as he tried to comfort her. "Brother Su Yu, father." Sien threw herself into his arms, hugging his neck as she wept loudly. Su Yu's eyes were moist as he choked back tears. "Don't cry. If father saw you crying in the afterlife, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace." Sien rubbed her swollen eyes with her small hands, trying not to cry. However, tears still rolled down her cheeks. Her small body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind, rustling and trembling. "Father is gone. I don't have a father anymore." It was the first time in her life that Sien had fallen into loneliness. Fear, helplessness, and uncertainty filled her heart. Su Yu embraced her tenderly and stroked her head. "Sien, you still have me. I will be by your side." A wave of warmth flowed into her heart. Sien raised her head. Her big eyes, which seemed to have matured overnight, looked at her fiancé carefully. His determined and warm eyes were filled with a comforting smile, as well as the shocking blood scabs on his face. Sien bit her lip as she stretched out her hand to carefully remove the scabs. Every time he took out a piece, his heart ached a little more, and his bean-sized eyeballs grew by one. This blood had been shed for her. Su Yu was confused. He felt that Sien seemed to have feelings for him that she had never felt before. In the past, Sien was willful and playful. In her heart, Su Yu was just a familiar playmate. After experiencing such a drastic change in her life, she had become much more sensible. "Brother Su Yu." Sien suddenly hugged Su Yu's neck with all her strength, as if she was afraid that Su Yu would leave her the next moment. Her father had passed away, and Su Yu was her only remaining relative, even if he was only her fiancé for a day. Feeling Sien's trembling body, Su Yu patted her back silently. At this moment, Su Yu could feel Uri's feelings without needing to say anything. A man and a woman were quietly hugging each other. After going through such a great ordeal, their hearts had gradually become one. After a long while, Xian'er finally stopped sobbing. She rubbed her head against Su Yu's chest and raised her head. Her red and swollen eyes were filled with shyness. I want to be brother Su Yu's bride forever. Su Yu lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His heart was filled with tender affection. You will always be my bride. Xian'er's cheeks were slightly flushed as she lay peacefully in Su Yu's embrace. After losing her father, her heart had once again found a safe harbor to rely on. Shua. Old Qin returned with the medicinal herbs. He stared at the scene with a complicated expression. She quietly prepared the healing medicine for Su Yu, and Xian'er rushed to apply it on Su Yu. Xian'er, who used to be playful, was now like a good wife and loving mother. She was carefully taking care of Su Yu, and her face was filled with satisfaction. Half a day later, he rested well. Senior Qin said unhurriedly, Young Princess Su Yu, according to the Duke's last wish, I will bring both of you away from the Fenglin Empire and head toward the Fenghuang Empire, where the young princess's mother is. There are people from the young princess's mother's family there, and they will take good care of her in the future. Both of you should prepare to depart. The young princess's mother was actually a citizen of the Phoenix Empire? Su Yu recalled the mark of a 9-tailed phoenix on the back of the young princess's neck. The eldest prince's claim of treason to capture the regional king was not groundless. The Duke of Xianyu's treason was false, but it was true that he had connections with people from other countries. Now he and Qin Xian'er had to leave the Fenglin Empire to another country? Su Yu's cold eyes flickered. Old Qin, bring Xian'er with you. I will stay behind. Someone has to avenge the regional king. If Su Yu did not kill the first prince, he would never be a human. Senior Qin sighed. Let me ask you, how are you going to avenge him? As the first prince, he lives deep within the palace and has tens of thousands of elites under him. There are countless high-level fighters. With your abilities, do you think you can kill him? An individual's martial strength is unable to contend against the empire. He has a high status as the first prince of a nation. Making an enemy out of him is the same as making an enemy out of the empire. Even a level 9 expert would find it difficult to contend against the empire. Old Qin said sincerely. Su Yu's desire for revenge did not waver. 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to take revenge. If I cannot take revenge in a day, what about a year? 10 years? What about using my entire life's effort? One day I will take my revenge. Senior Qin was moved. This person was truly someone who valued relationships and favors. He was grateful for the regional king's kindness and wished to repay it with his life. Senior Qin could not bear to see such a talent waste his entire life on revenge. After a while he sighed. Actually, it is not impossible for you to take revenge, but the chances are very slim. Please advise me, Senior Qin. Su Yu was moved. Senior Qin pointed to the holy seal between Su Yu's brows. That's it. Su Yu did not understand. The holy order is only the right to participate in the holy meat. How can it shake the Fenglin Empire? The holy order cannot. But what about the holy king? Senior Qin's eyes were filled with respect. The holy king? He was a legend who could change the Fenglin Empire's royal family with just a thought. If it was him, he could easily do so. But how could Su Yu get the help of the holy king? The holy meet you are participating in actually has another meaning. It is a competition to become a sanctuary disciple. As long as you enter the top 10 in the holy meet, you will have hope of becoming a sanctuary disciple. What? Sanctuary disciple? Su Yu was moved. The master of the sanctuary was the holy king. If he became a sanctuary disciple, wouldn't he have the opportunity to meet the holy king? As long as the holy king agreed, Su Yu could take his revenge. Moreover, If you are able to obtain the first place in the holy meet, you will have the chance to get a promise from the Holy King. Any condition is fine. Senior Qin's eyes were burning. In other words, Su Yu could promise to kill the first prince. Su Yu clenched his fists. Fine. Su Yu, will definitely win the holy meet and kill the first prince. Senior Qin did not hold out much hope, lightly shaking his head. The holy meet is in 10 days. With your abilities, it will be difficult for you to enter the top 30, much less the first place. Back then, Bai Qixiong, who was at level 6 lower tier of the martial paths, was unable to enter the top 10. Su, you could not even defeat a level 5 peak. How could he win the championship? Moreover, Senior Qin sighed. Moreover, with the talent you have displayed, the first prince will not allow you to live. If you stay in the Fenglin Empire, you will definitely be killed. Why don't you follow me to the Fenghuang Empire? I will ensure your safety. After a moment of silence, Su Yu's desire for revenge had not been extinguished. My father treated me like a son. As a son, how can I not take revenge for my father's death? Su Yu clenched his fists. Sienna grabbed Su Yu's sleeves, her watery eyes filled with hatred and determination. Brother Su Yu, I will follow you. I will also take revenge for my father. Patting her small head, Su Yu lightly shook his head. No, Sienna, I alone am enough. Between us, one of us must live. Don't let down our father's sacrifice for us. He could take the risk alone. There was no need to implicate Sienna. No, I am Brother Su Yu's bride. Even if I die, I want to be with Brother Su Yu. Sienna was stubborn. She had already lost her father. She could not lose Su Yu as well. A palm strike suddenly landed on her neck, causing her to fall into Su Yu's embrace. Su Yu retracted his palm and kissed her forehead tenderly, gently saying, Sienna, live well. He handed her over to Senior Qin and bowed to thank him. Thank you, Senior Qin. Senior Qin had a complicated expression as he sighed. The Duke can rest in peace with such a son-in-law. Take care of yourself. I will send the young princess to the Fenghuang Empire. If you wish to visit her in the future, you can bring this token to Fenghuang Valley. Senior Qin tossed him a phoenix-shaped token. His eyes were complicated as he hesitantly reminded Su Yu, but if your cultivation level is not high enough, do not come. Otherwise, you will bring trouble upon yourself. Su Yu's heart trembled. What kind of holy land was Fenghuang Valley? That was why Senior Qin had warned him so seriously. Whoosh! Senior Qin carried the unconscious young princess and disappeared into the forest. Su Yu kept the token and recuperated on the spot. Although his injuries were serious, with his strong body, the Holy Order, and the help of Senior Qin's herbs, he quickly recovered. 2 days later, Su Yu's injuries were mostly healed. He suddenly opened his eyes, glistening. A powerful energy filled his limbs and bones, far surpassing that of a level 4 upper tier. As he punched and slapped, the crackling sounds of beans being fried could be heard continuously. This is a blessing in disguise. After a few serious injuries, the jade fire marrow in my body was stimulated, allowing my cultivation level to break through. Su Yu was overjoyed as he felt his cultivation level reach level 4 peak. With the holy meat at hand, any increase in cultivation level was extremely valuable. If I were to meet the first prince again, I might be able to fight him alone. Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If the first prince was not killed, Su Yu would never be able to rest in peace. Rustle! Su Yu's ears trembled slightly. A strange sound entered his ears. It was not the sound of an animal in the forest, but the sound of human footsteps. With a serious expression, Su Yu's eyes turned and he silently left the cave. Using cloud shadow, he was like the shadow of a white cloud, like duckweed floating on the waves of a river. He suddenly flew 2 miles away and hid behind a crack in the rock. Su Yu's eyes gradually turned into crystals. With his powerful eyesight, he could clearly see 2 miles away. Every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every bird seemed to be right in front of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 middle-aged men dressed like hunters sneakily approached the cave. They hid in the bushes 200 feet away, not moving an inch. The middle-aged man in the lead had a scar between his brows. His abilities were at level 5 peak. The 2 young men on his left and right were at level 5 upper tier. This powerful combination was enough to wipe out any strong martial artist below level 6. Su Yu laughed coldly. How could a strong level 5 martial artist be willing to be a hunter? Without a doubt, they were sent by the first prince to assassinate Su Yu. A few days ago, Senior Qin had escaped in a hurry, inevitably leaving behind traces. 2 days was enough for the pursuers to find him. Su Yu had the holy mark on him. Even if the first prince had the guts, he would not dare to kill Su Yu openly. Only assassination could solve the problem once and for all. Bodyguard Chen, what should we do? The 2 hunters on his left and right were experienced, using their eyes to communicate. Bodyguard Chen, a level 5 peak, was the leader. The 3 of them were originally the personal bodyguards that escorted the Duke of Qin to the engagement ceremony of the Duke of Xianyu's daughter. 2 days ago, they were secretly ordered to assassinate Su Yu. At first, they were shocked. But when the Duke of Qin made them unable to resist the temptation, they took the risk and assassinated Su Yu. They were prepared to die on this trip. If Su Yu did not die, they would. Anyone who dared to attack a holy seal bearer would not be able to escape death. The scar between bodyguard Chen's eyebrows wiggled, his fierce eyes carefully observing the surroundings. There are no snakes, insects, rats, or ants near the cave. This means that there are people in the cave, and the wild beasts do not dare approach. The footprints near the cave entrance are fresh, which means that there has been some activity recently. In conclusion, it is highly likely that they are still in the cave or have just left not long ago. Bodyguard Chen was experienced. After some observation, he made a deduction that was close to the truth. The 2 of you keep watch in secret. I will go back and inform Lord Bai Qixing. Bodyguard Chen said softly. Like a green snake in the grass, he moved cautiously, returning along the path he came from. With Senior Qin, who was at level 7 of the martial path, Bodyguard Chen, and 2 level 5 upper tiers would not be able to kill Su Yu. To ensure that nothing went wrong, the first prince secretly ordered Bai Qixing to coordinate from the side, and gave him a treasure that could release a level 7 peak attack. If necessary, he could kill Senior Qin. The 2 level 5 upper tier experts stayed behind to keep watch. The 2 of them concentrated, like cheetahs lying in ambush. Their eyes were sharp and they did not move. A few minutes passed. Whoosh, there was a sudden change. Chapter 44. Enemy attack. The 2 of them had amazing hearing. They quickly turned around, their expressions changing in shock. 100 meters behind them, a red-robed youth had mysteriously appeared. He had a jade crown and black hair, as handsome as a fairy. He stood proudly on an ancient tree, looking down at the 2 of them. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, filled with a cold, killing intent. He held a fiery red bow in his hand. Clang! At the critical moment, the hunter on the left took out his embroidered knife and used it to block the arrow. It's Su Yu. The 2 of them were shocked, looking at each other as they flanked Su Yu from both sides. Be careful! It is said that he has comprehended the holy decree. Let's split up and attack. Don't give him a chance to attack. Su Yu's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. His red robe and black hair danced in the wind. With a light tap of his feet, he floated to the ground like a feather. The 2 hunters attacked from the left and right, their murderous, intense cold. Su Yu stood still, motionless. He did not try to escape. Only when the 2 hunters were within 100 feet of him did Su Yu slowly raise his dark eyes. Diabolic sword. A black light flashed. An invisible sword crossed the void and slashed into the head of the hunter on the left. Ah! A shrill scream reverberated through the forest. The hunter hugged his head and screamed in pain. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu took large strides, his figure as fast as a torrent, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he chased after the hunter. Heavenly finger! Su Yu raised his finger high, his body blending with nature as he slashed down. Creak! The hunter on the left lost his will to defend himself as he was in intense pain from his soul. A bloody groove was cut open on his chest. Ah! With a pathetic groan, the hunter's chest burst open and he died. The pupils of the remaining hunter on the right shrank, his heart thumping wildly. Clenching his teeth, he turned around and fled. He alone could not kill the other party, and there was a possibility that he would be killed. Humph! Su Yu did not chase. Cloud Shadow was a low-level technique. Even though he had cultivated it to the top class, it could only increase his speed to level 4 peak. He could not catch up to the hunter. Most importantly, there were other people in the forest. He had to retreat quickly to avoid being surrounded by strong fighters. He turned around and searched the hunter's body, taking away the silver, dry food, and the animal skin coat he was wearing. Su Yu and Senior Qin had escaped in a hurry and were penniless when the Duke's manor was in danger. After leaving the place, Su Yu roughly ascertained the direction of the imperial capital. He then passed through the dense forest and traveled quickly. Entering the empire's capital and participating in the holy meet was his only chance for revenge. Half a day later, Guard Chen and the lucky hunter returned. Behind them was a masked young man. His face could not be seen clearly, but his figure was that of the level 6 peak ranker by Qi. Senior, his silver, rations, and clothes have all been taken away. Once he enters the city and disguises himself, it will be very difficult to catch him. Bodyguard Chen's expression was grave. Assassinating a holy seal-bearer was a heinous crime. As long as Su Yu was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. You think you're so smart. Bai Qi sneered. How could he not be prepared when he was tracking the enemy in the forest? He led a hunting dog over and ordered it to sniff the corpse a few times to familiarize itself with the smell of the corpse's owner. Su Yu, taking away the other party's clothes, was seeking his own death. The hound circled the area and immediately confirmed Su Yu's direction. It was the direction of the imperial capital. Chase! He cannot have gotten far. With the speed of a level 5 peak ranker, Su Yu would not be able to escape death. With the help of the hound, they chased after Su Yu. One day later, the two of them had already traveled dozens of miles in the forest. Once Bai Qi caught up to Su Yu. With Bai Qi frightening abilities, Su Yu would not be able to resist and would be killed on the spot. 2 days later, the two of them were still in pursuit. The barking of the hound became more and more obvious, indicating that the distance between them was getting closer. Senior, this lad's escape route is complicated. He changed directions a few times along the way. It seems that he has changed directions from the direction of the imperial capital to the depths of the Twilight Mountains. His escape route is completely random. After chasing for 2.5 days, Bodyguard Chen voiced his doubts. Bai Qi was also a little confused. Su Yu knew that he was being chased and should have gone to a place with many people. With so many people around, Bai Qi would not dare to act rashly. At the moment, Su Yu was escaping to a desolate forest, a place with few people. It seemed like he was seeking his own death. Could it be that he wants to hide in the deep forest? Bai Qi was secretly suspicious. Finally, half a day later, the hound stopped and charged into a huge cave, barking crazily. Bai Qi and Bodyguard Chen were elated. After 2.5 days of pursuit, they had finally caught up to him. Roar! A low roar came from the cave. Roar! A tall black shadow fiercely charged out of the cave, pouncing toward the group. Looking at it, it was a giant black bear as tall as a human. Humph! You are asking for death. Bodyguard Chen swung the long knife at his waist, slicing off the black bear's head. Thump! The black bear's body fell to the ground. Bai Qixiong stared at the belly of the black bear, his eyes cold. Cunning lad. Bodyguard Chen's pupils dilated, his heart sinking. No wonder. He is cunning. The black bear's belly was tied with an animal skin coat. It was from the dead assassin's body. They all thought that Suyu had taken the clothes after taking the silver and rations to change into a bright red robe. This would make it easier for him to hide in the forest or disguise himself. But who could have expected this lad to be so cunning? He had purposely taken the animal skin coat and tied it under the belly of the black bear, guessing that they would use the scent of the hound to track him. The black bear had been provoked and escaped into the depths of the mountain range. As expected, he had led them in the opposite direction. It could be said that from the very beginning, this child had planned out a plan and was prepared for it. We were tricked by a lad. Bai Qixiong was furious, turning around to leave. Bodyguard Chen followed closely behind, anxious and fearful. Elder, what should we do? We have already lost track of him. Where could they find him in the vast forest? Bai Qixiong's gaze was cold, looking around. Finally, he looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Since he led us into the depths of the mountain range, we can chase in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction, it was the imperial capital. Bodyguard Chen agreed with him. 7 days later, the two of them stopped at a beach with a stream. A cold bonfire that had been extinguished for a long time lay quietly beside the stream. Numerous fish bones were scattered around. The bonfire was extinguished a day ago. This place is deserted and hunters would not come here. The possibility of Suyu being the culprit is high. Bodyguard Chen pinched a piece of wood with his finger, sniffing it with the tip of his nose. Bai Qixiong's gaze was cold. All right, with our speed, we can catch up in half a day. Bodyguard Chen hesitated. Elder, if I remember correctly, we will reach the imperial capital after climbing over the mountain in front of us. If we cannot stop him, it will be difficult for us to strike again. There were many people in the imperial capital. Even if they were to strike in the dead of night, there was a high chance that they would be exposed. Chase! Feeling that time was tight, Bai Qixiong creased his brows and chased after Suyu. Suyu was exhausted. He had been on the run for 10 consecutive days. Apart from eating and drinking, he had been on the run the rest of the time. He only replenished his energy when he ate. Now he was physically weak and exhausted. But thinking about the assassin chasing after him, Suyu did not dare relax. He climbed to the peak of a mountain with much difficulty. Looking up, he saw dense forests and vast plains. It was like a painting. Rivers flowed across the land, lush greenery, and a cool breeze blew past. In the distant horizon, a majestic city was vaguely visible in the mist, like a giant monster that could prop up the heavens. The imperial capital. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. He had been walking in the direction of the imperial capital. After 10 days, he had finally arrived. He had to thank the fact that the Xinyu prefecture was adjacent to the imperial capital. Otherwise, with the vastness of the Xinyu prefecture, which was the size of the entire China continent, Suyu would have needed a few months to traverse the entire Xinyu prefecture. His destination was in front. Suyu relaxed. A wave of drowsiness swept over him. He was too tired, so tired that he could fall asleep at any moment. He pinched his thigh. The pain caused Suyu to wake up a little. Before descending the mountain, Suyu hid out of habit and looked back to observe the situation of his pursuers. He was just casually looking around, but when he turned his eyes, he saw his heart beating wildly. Bodyguard Chen and a masked youth were hurriedly chasing after him. Even though they were 2 miles away, to Suyu's eyes, it was as if they were right in front of him. Even though Bai Qixiong was masked, Suyu could still recognize him even if he turned to dust. Not good. 2 miles was not far, but it was not close either. They would catch up in a few minutes. Without any hesitation, Suyu rushed down the mountain and headed toward the plains. On the way down, he used his eyes to scan the plains to see if there were any places to hide. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people setting up camp by the riverside. There were dozens of them, divided into 7 or 8 tents. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran down the mountain. 2 minutes later, Su Yu looked back and saw Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qin climbing up the mountain. He could not wait any longer. Before he was discovered, Su Yu chose the tent closest to the riverside and snuck into the tent. At that moment, Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qin climbed up the mountain. Their eyesight was not as good as Su Yu's, and they did not notice the person they were looking for hiding in the tent. Su Yu looked through the gap in the tent and observed the expressions of the 2 people 2 miles away. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no abnormalities. Exhausted, Su Yu sat on the ground and started to observe the tent carefully. Even though the tent was set up temporarily and was crude, the bedsheets were either pink or red. A faint fragrance surrounded the tent. It was like a lady's bedroom. I will disturb you for a while. I will leave once Bai Qixiong and his people are far away. There were many people here, and Su Yu believed that Bai Qixiong would not dare to do anything rash. If news were to leak out, no one in the world could save him. After fleeing for so many days, he could finally take a breather. He could no longer suppress his exhaustion. In a daze, Su Yu climbed onto the embroidered bed and burrowed into the bedding. His head was heavy and he felt drowsy. Outside the tent, there was a graceful, elegant, and refined woman. She was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her eyes were clear like water, and she was elegant and refined. She did not look like a beauty from the mortal world, but like a fairy from a painting. Her snow-white face was tranquil, but her clear eyes were filled with worry. Are you still worried about Qin Xianer and Su Yu? Xia Linxian sighed. He could not bear to see his daughter languish. Within 10 days, news of what had happened in the Xinyu prefecture had spread throughout the 13 prefectures of the empire. The Duke of Xinyu had been captured, and his daughter and son-in-law had escaped. Su Yu was a holy seal bearer, and the empire did not dare to pursue him. However, Qin Xianer was wanted by the empire, and her fate was unknown. Xia Jingyu and Qin Xianer had been best friends since they were young, and they were as close as sisters. Now, Xia Jingyu had lost both her best friend and her best friend. How could she not be worried? Xia Jingyu looked back and forced a smile. The Duke of Xinyu had a premonition and had arranged for an expert to bring them away. They should be fine. Do not worry. Xia Linxian comforted her. No news is the best news. Maybe they have already left the Fenglin Empire, far away from home. Far away from home. Xia Jingyu was both relieved and sad. Her heart was empty and her eyes were misty. In this lifetime, she might not be able to see Xianer and Su Yu again. Were they safe and sound now that they were wandering in a foreign land? Xia Jingyu hid the tears in her eyes. Father, I will go back to my room to rest. Xia Linxian tenderly said, Yes, it is late. Rest well, and you can enter the imperial capital tomorrow. Yes. Xia Jingyu lowered her head and entered the room, feeling depressed. She walked to the side of the bed, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed that there was something wrong with the bed. Chapter 45. Xia Jingyu was angry and embarrassed. She lifted the blanket, revealing a haggard body in tattered clothes, looking like a beggar. But when that face appeared in her vision, Xia Jingyu's eyes never left it. Shock and disbelief filled her eyes. Xia Jingyu felt like time and space were in disarray. Didn't Su Yu escape the Fenglin Empire? Why would he be outside the imperial city on my bed? After being stunned for a long time, Xia Jingyu walked closer and confirmed that she was not dreaming. Su Yu was still wearing the same groom outfit he had worn 10 days ago. It's him. It's really him. Xia Jingyu's breathing quickened. She could not believe her eyes. She could not suppress the joy in her heart. Her haggard face suddenly brightened. She turned to walk out. Father! Su Yu! Whoosh! Su Yu was half asleep. Xia Jingyu's approach caused him to wake up from his dreams. Even though his mind was heavy, he could still think. He subconsciously grabbed Xia Jingyu's wrist, his lips trembling. "Don't, it's dangerous. I'm being chased." After a few words, Suyu fell back into a deep sleep. Xia Jingyu was shocked. Suyu was already a holy seal bearer. Who would dare to kill him? She quickly realized what Suyu was trying to say. Someone wanted to kill him. If his existence was exposed, the person chasing him might kill them as well. If it was in the Xinyu prefecture, Xia Jingyu would not be so worried. Her father was the legend of the Xinyu prefecture, but there were many experts near the imperial city. It was hard to predict. She could not let anyone discover Su Yu's existence. Once the news was leaked, it would be a disaster. Xia Linxian had not gone far. Hearing his daughter's strange behavior, he hurried over. What happened?" Xia Jingyu hurriedly covered up. "Oh, nothing. I was a little absent-minded. Father, please don't come in. I have already taken off my clothes." Xia Linxian, who was about to open the tent, retracted his hand and sighed. "It's good that you are fine. Su Yu is a good person. Don't think too much about it." "I know, father." Xia Jingyu's heart was beating rapidly. Her face was flushed red. Hearing her father's footsteps getting further away, she heaved a sigh of relief. Looking back at Su Yu's sleeping face, Xia Jingyu felt an indescribable joy. Her clear eyes were misty as she muttered, "I thought you were dead. I did not expect to see you again." A teardrop silently slid down. As Xia Jingyu looked at Su Yu calmly, her heart became peaceful, warm and peaceful. It was just like that day, under the pear blossoms and moonlight, when Su Yu held her hand and brought her into the comprehension of the holy decree. They galloped through the boundless nature, and she snuggled into his firm embrace. An unforgettable feeling was engraved in his heart. Even if time were to pass and Xia Jingyu forgot about heaven and earth, she would never forget the full moon that night, the pear blossoms in the courtyard that night, and the unemotional embrace that night. It was only after a long while that Xia Jingyu realized that she had to prepare food and water for Su Yu. It was only when she stood up that she realized that Su Yu was still holding her wrist tightly. Xia Jingyu pursed her lips and smiled gently. She squatted at the edge of the bed and quietly waited by his side. Outside the tent, Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qin looked serious. How could there be such a coincidence? The Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture is escorting the 10 demon students of the institute into the imperial capital to participate in the holy test. In the 13 prefectures, every martial arts training institute had the authority to send 10 of their strongest martial artists to the imperial capital to participate in the holy meet. In other words, there were a total of 10 holy seal bearers in this group of people. Elder, it is not difficult to find out if Su Yu is there. The difficult part is, if Su Yu is really there, how should we deal with him? Bodyguard Qin was experienced and ruthless. If he is not there, this matter can be easily settled. We can just apologize. With our statuses, the Martial Arts Training Institute might not make things difficult for us. The problem is, if Su Yu is really there, what should we do? Once we make a move, it would be impossible to not attract their attention, especially Xia Linchuan's attention. But if we do not make a move, Su Yu will follow them into the imperial capital tomorrow, making it difficult for us to make a move. Bai Qixiong muttered to himself for a moment, his gaze cold. Is there a need to ask? Of course, we will kill all of them. Killing a holy seal bearer is the same as killing a group of them. With the jade pendant given by the first prince, it is enough to kill all of them. Not a single one of them will be spared. Bodyguard Qin gasped. What a cruel and merciless bodyguard of the first prince. He and Bai Qixiong were in the same boat. Naturally, they would follow his orders. After some time, Bai Qixiong took off his mask, revealing his true identity. He appeared outside the tent with bodyguard Qin. The appearance of 2 experts at level 6 and level 5 of the martial path caused a commotion. Xia Linxian and Yi Xian immediately arrived. Xia Linxian creased his brows. Bodyguard Chen was a nobody, and he might not recognize him. But Bai Qixiong was the one who captured the Duke of Xinyu. His abilities were at level 6 peak of the martial path. How could he not recognize him? Bai Qixiong, what is your intention in barging into my tent? Could it be that I am plotting a rebellion? Xia Linxian was extremely angry at the Duke of Xinyu's predicament. The Duke of Xinyu had been loyal to the emperor and loved his people. He had a good reputation. He did not expect to be embroiled in a power struggle for the throne. Now, the first prince's lackey had appeared outside the tent. How could he have a good attitude? Bai Qixiong said coldly, I am under orders to capture the criminal, Princess Xinyu. We have received a secret report that your training institute has been harboring her. I want to search the institute. Housemaster Xia, please step aside. Qin Xianer was already a wanted criminal in the Fenglin Empire. Anyone harboring her would be punished by the empire, even Xia Linxian. Bai Qixiong, have you forgotten the origins of the martial arts training institute? Xia Linxuan's eyes gradually turned cold. The martial arts training institute was, in essence, a branch of the sanctuary. In theory, it was not under the jurisdiction of the royal family. Bai Qixiong silently took out a jade pendant. It contained an attack at the peak of level 7 of the martial path. Xia Linxuan's pupils shrank. He was secretly shocked. If the attack was released, everyone present, including him, could be killed instantly. Housemaster Xia, this is strange, Yi Xian whispered. Bai Qixiong knows that we are a branch of the sanctuary, but still dares to threaten us. I think he really has the intention to kill us all. Xia Linxian secretly nodded. He also felt that something was not right. Bai Qixiong was too daring. After pondering for a while, he coldly said, Bai Qixiong, I hope you understand what you are doing. In the end, Xia Linxian chose to compromise. He did not care if he died. However, there were 10 demon students in the tent. They could not die in vain. Xia Linxian had a clear conscience. He had never hidden Qin Xianer and was naturally not afraid of being searched. Bai Qixiong and bodyguard Qin worked together to check the tents one by one. One by one, they did not miss anything, until they reached the last tent. The two of them had a gloomy expression. Could it be that Su Yu did not sneak in? Could he have changed directions at the last minute and escaped into another area? Bai Qixiong was about to open the tent when Xia Linxian extended his hand to stop him. This is my daughter's tent. She is already asleep. You are not allowed to enter. Bodyguard Chen's eyes narrowed. Bai Qixiong was suddenly on guard. Could it be that Su Yu was in the tent? Bai Qixiong secretly clenched the jade pendant in his robes. He was prepared to crush it and kill everyone present along with Su Yu. Xia Jingyu, who had heard the commotion outside, felt her heart thumping wildly. Were the people searching for Su Yu here? Even her father could not stop them. It was obvious how terrifying they were. No, they could not allow anyone to discover Su Yu's presence. If not, not only would Su Yu be in danger, they would also be in danger. But the tent was simple and crude. It was clear that there was no place to hide anyone. Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching, Xia Jingyu became anxious. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face turned red, like a red lotus after the rain, elegant and refined. Biting her lips, her hands trembled as she took off her robe. Her dark green robe slid down her smooth skin. A suffocating and delicate body appeared naturally. Her skin was as white as jade and exquisite in all the right places. She was the embodiment of the world's most beautiful fragrance. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens, causing one to be intoxicated. Her clear eyes were misty. Xia Jingyu lifted the blanket and lay down. To prevent Su Yu from being discovered, she could only hug Su Yu and lay down on her side. He covered himself with the blanket and looked around. There was only a sleeping fairy under the blanket. Whoosh! At that moment, Bai Qixing tensed up. He lifted the tent and saw the back of a lady sleeping on her side. From the occasional exposed, snow-white shoulder, it could be seen that she was sleeping naked. Disappointment overflowed from his eyes, but a thought flashed through his mind. Is it possible that Su Yu is on the bed? But the thought disappeared in a flash. Sleeping with a naked man would ruin her innocence for the rest of her life. Even though Xia Jingyu and Su Yu were familiar with each other, it was not to the extent of abandoning her innocence. Bodyguard Chen looked over, his eyes flashing as he shook his head. The Martial Arts Training Institute did not hide Su Yu. It seemed like the possibility of him changing his direction was high. The two of them looked at each other. Under Xia Linxuan's furious gaze, they retreated. Xia Linxian and Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. When they were inspecting Xia Jingyu's tent, Bai Qixing's killing intent was clearly directed at all of them. At that moment, they were afraid of discovering something. The commotion outside the tent finally caused Su Yu, who was in a deep sleep, to wake up. As he regained consciousness, he felt a warm, soft, and smooth sensation on his face. He opened his eyes in a daze. A pair of snow-white breasts appeared clearly in front of him. 2 red cherries were at the side of his mouth. Su Yu was shocked, and he quickly shifted his gaze upward. A face as beautiful as a fairy's was clearly visible. It was so familiar, so beautiful, and so deeply engraved in his heart. But the fairy's clear eyes were dripping with tears. The tears flowed down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. Xia! Senior Xia! Su Yu was stunned, as if he was in a dream. He had clearly been escaping and had fainted in a tent. Why was it that when he woke up, all he saw was a naked Xia Jingyu crying and hugging him? Hearing the voice, Xia Jingyu realized that Su Yu was awake. She hurriedly covered her chest. Her cheeks were red, like the morning sun reflecting off the snow. It was beautiful beyond words. You are not allowed to look. Xia Jingyu sobbed softly. Her crying face was like a pear blossom in the rain. Su Yu hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his body, no longer looking. He could hear the rustling sound of Xia Jingyu putting on her clothes. I'm done. Xia Jingyu put on her clothes. Her hair was a little messy. Her tears had disappeared, but the remaining tear stains were shocking. Senior Xia, what happened? Why did you? Su Yu was still very tired. He resisted the urge to sleep and asked uneasily. Xia Jingyu's eyes were calm. She gently shook her head. Bai Qixing was here. In order to ensure your safety, it was just a temporary measure. You do not have to take it to heart. Su Yu was a smooth talker. Xia Jingyu had only said a few words, but he already understood the entire situation. Thump! Thump! Su Yu's heart trembled. He looked at Xia Jingyu absent-mindedly. Do not have to take it to heart? How could he not take it to heart? Xia Jingyu, a virgin, had destroyed her own chastity in order to protect him. She had hugged him naked on the bed. To a woman, what did this mean? Her rolling tears said it all. The Shenyue continent had strict etiquette. Men and women were not allowed to touch each other. This was not something that Earth could compare to. The Duke of Xianyu, in order to capture Su Yu, who had tainted his daughter's chastity, did not hesitate to search the entire city. The people of this world valued chastity. Moreover, Xia Jingyu was a woman with a noble heart. Chapter 46. Once the demon students of the Martial Arts Training Institute found out that Su Yu had been hiding, Xia Jingyu's reputation would be destroyed. Xia Jingyu, who was as noble as she was, had committed suicide to prevent Feng Qingzhou from touching her. But now, she had willingly embraced Su Yu, destroying her own chastity. Senior, Xia. Su Yu, who was usually calm and collected, felt his mind go blank. In his previous life, if he had a misunderstanding with another woman, he could use sweet words to make the other party happy and take the opportunity to escape. But he could not do that for Xia Jingyu. After all, Xia Jingyu was protecting him. If not for his fiancée, Qin Xianer, Suyu could be thick-skinned and take responsibility for Xia Jingyu. But Qin Xianer was his fiancée. She had already lost her father. She could not lose her only fiancé. Xia Jingyu wiped away her tears, wiping her swollen eyes. Her snow-white skin was still visible, like an autumn lotus in a cold pond. She was both beautiful and sad. "Don't take it to heart. These are just temporary measures," Xia Jingyu repeated, trying hard not to think about the future. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside. Can I come in?" Xia Jingyu's heart jumped. She looked at Suyu with a complicated expression, sighing helplessly. "Yes, I am awake." She had to face what she had to face. Suyu's presence in the tent could not be hidden. Xia Linxian was worried that his daughter would be frightened and hurried in. But what entered his eyes was a haggard man, looking like a beggar, sitting on his daughter's bed. As a father, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Looking at the man, he saw that it was a youth, and he looked very familiar. Suyu. Xia Linxian was shocked once again. Wasn't he rescued by Senior Qin and sent to the Foamlin Empire? Why was he here? But there was another question that made him furious. If his daughter had slept naked, didn't that mean that Suyu was in the same bed as her? His daughter was noble, and would not do anything that would bring shame to the family. Xia Linxian was certain of this. Without a doubt, his daughter had pretended to sleep in order to protect Suyu. At that time, Suyu was in the same bed as her. Xia Linxian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His daughter's innocence. Yi Xian and a few other monstrous students rushed over upon hearing the commotion. When they saw the scene in the tent, they were all dumbstruck. Xia Jingyu. Just now she was naked with Suyu? The whole place was dead silent. Xia Jingyu's jade-like face blushed as she felt the many peculiar gazes on her. The sunset glow that had just faded returned to her cheeks. She, who had a noble and pure temperament, could not stand their strange gazes. "Get out of here." Xia Linxian stared blankly for a long time. His face was as gloomy as water, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yi Xian immediately led the students away. As shrewd as he was, he cautiously reminded them that the news of Suyu being the battalion commander could not be spread. Otherwise, once Bai Qisheng noticed and crushed the jade pendant, all of them would be buried with him. However, the scene of Suyu and Xia Jingyu's naked bodies facing each other couldn't be kept a secret for long. Xia Linxuan's cold eyes were filled with towering flames of anger. He looked at his daughter, his heart aching, but also filled with anger and indignation. Was there a need to make such a huge sacrifice for Suyu, who they had only known for a short time? Now, everyone knew that his daughter had lost her chastity to Suyu. Even though things had not progressed to that stage, her clean reputation had been destroyed. Who would dare to have sex with a woman who had slept with another man, and was even naked in bed with him? When he finally looked at Suyu, Xia Linxuan's chest was burning with rage. Luckily, even though he was angry, he understood that this matter could not be completely blamed on Suyu. If he had not been forced to do so, Suyu would not have escaped into their tent. Suppressing his anger, Xia Linxian said in a low voice, "Suyu, tell me, how do you plan to resolve this?" Suyu took a deep breath, bowing apologetically. "I will let Housemaster Xia deal with me." "All right." Xia Linxian thought for a moment. Not allowing Suyu to argue, "There is only one way to preserve my daughter's clean reputation. That is for you to marry her." Rumble. Xia Jingyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her heart thumping wildly. Her face was red as she objected. "Father, you cannot." She had not known Suyu for long and did not have many feelings for him. She only had a good impression of him. Xia Jingyu was not mentally prepared to marry him. "Humph. Do you still have a choice? Let Suyu speak for himself." Xia Linxian glared at his daughter, secretly hating her for not living up to his expectations. If he did not take this opportunity to force Suyu to marry him, would his daughter still have the face to marry someone else in the future? Of course, with his daughter's exceptional beauty, there were many who coveted her. It would not be difficult for her to marry someone else. However, marrying someone of equal status would be a stain on Xia Jingyu's reputation. Su Yu's lips moved, a bitter expression spreading across his face. He said apologetically, "Housemaster Xia, forgive me for not being able to agree. Xiener is my fiancée. I cannot let her down." Xia Jingyu's anxious heart relaxed. She had been worried that she would marry Suyu without even realizing it. But for some reason, after being rejected, she did not feel as relaxed as she had imagined. Instead, she felt a little disappointed. He had actually rejected her. Xia Linxian was furious. He clenched his teeth, enunciating each word slowly. "My daughter's reputation has been ruined because of you. Yet, you do not wish to marry her. Let me ask you, what do you intend to do with my daughter?" Suyu could not explain himself. He was stunned for a long time before bowing. He sincerely said, "Housemaster Xia, Senior Xia, please give me some time. After the holy meet, I will settle my marriage with Xiener. I will then give you an explanation." Xia Linxian was furious. This matter could not be dragged on. If they left this place and Suyu did not acknowledge the marriage, what could he do? In the end, Xia Jingyu's heart softened. She could not bear to force Suyu. She advised, "Father, let him settle his marriage with Xiener first." Xia Linxian was furious. He had fought for his daughter, but she had turned against him. "Suyu, you better remember this. This matter is not over." Xia Linxian flicked his sleeves and left. Xia Linxian could not understand. The Duke of Xinyu had lost his power, and it was almost impossible for him to make a name for himself. Xia Linxian was also a level 7 martial artist. He could help Suyu on his future path of cultivation. Why was Suyu still so fixated on Qin Xiener? After her father left, Xia Jingyu said softly, "Don't take father's words to heart. I do not need you to take responsibility for me. Just take good care of Xiener." Suyu was moved. He said guiltily, "I am indebted to the Duke. Before he died, he asked me to take care of Xiener. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot abandon Xiener. After everything is settled, I will give you an explanation." She heard that Suyu's difficulties stemmed from the word gratitude. The disappointment in her heart eased. She also sympathized with him. Everyone in the world thought that Suyu would soar to the top. Who would have thought that he would implicate the innocent and end up in such dire straits? Xia Jingyu softly said, "Just call me Jingyu. Can you tell me how Xiener is doing?" Suyu nodded. 2 hours later, Xia Jingyu was both relieved and worried. She was relieved that Qin Xiener was safe and sound. She had already escaped to the faraway Fenghuang Empire. Fenghuang Empire was no weaker than the Fenglin Empire. The power of the Fenglin Empire would not be able to threaten Xiener. She was worried that Suyu would insist on participating in the holy meet in order to repay the Duke's kindness. Not only was his chance of survival slim, he might even be a sheep in a tiger's den. The imperial capital was the first prince's base. Once the holy meet ended, the holy seal between Suyu's brows would disappear. At that time, the first prince would have no qualms about dealing with Suyu. With the help of all the experts in the imperial capital, even if Suyu broke through to level 9, he would still die. It could be said that Suyu was fighting with his life on the line. If he could not get first place, he would die. Suyu also received a lot of information. It turned out that the Duke of Xinyu had not died when he was saved by the third prince. He had only lost an arm. This news made Suyu extremely happy. However, another piece of news made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Due to the fact that the second prince had been killed, the Duke of Xinyu's crimes had been determined. He would be executed in 10 days. According to his calculations, The holy meet would end in 10 days. Su Yu did not have any extra time. This made Su Yu even more determined to get first place in the holy meet. He had to get first place. He could not let the Duke of Xinyu die. For the next few days, I will spar with you. I hope that it will help you improve your abilities. If not, with your current abilities, the chances of you entering the top 30 are slim, and the chances of getting first place are even slimmer. Xia Jingyu was touched by Su Yu's determination and gratitude. She decided to help him with all her might. Su Yu lightly shook his head no. Why? Xia Jingyu bit her lips. Su Yu calmly said, "The first prince wants to get rid of me. After entering the imperial capital, he might send assassins to assassinate me. Once I am exposed among your team, he might kill all of you in order to hide the truth. I cannot implicate all of you," Su Yu slowly said. Bai Qixiong's actions proved that Su Yu's words were not exaggerated. Xia Jingyu knew this was the case, but she could not help but say, "Then where will you go? If we can't protect you, who else can?" Su Yu was just a small town boy. The most powerful person he knew was the Duke of Xinyu. Xia Jingyu could not think of anyone else Su Yu knew. "There is one person." Su Yu's eyes flashed. The next morning, the Martial Arts Training Institute set off as if nothing had happened. Su Yu disguised himself as a servant and blended in with the crowd. The holy seal between his eyebrows was secretly covered. Under Xia Linshuan's instructions, the demon students pretended not to know and slowly entered the imperial capital. Far away from the team, Bai Qixiong and Bodyguard Qin secretly watched for a long time. Bodyguard Qin slowly shook his head. "Looks like he is really not here. We have been watching for a night in vain." Bai Qixiong was a little angry. Amen, that cunning kid, we really let him escape. We will immediately return to report. After entering the imperial capital, Su Yu stared at Xia Jingyu with a complicated expression. Xia Jingyu's snow-like eyes trembled. She felt a sense of loss. Her heart was filled with bitterness. In order to prevent others from noticing, they did not say goodbye, only sending each other off with their eyes. Perhaps this farewell would be forever. If Su Yu could not fight for the Holy Crown, he would not be able to escape death. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Yu entered the alley and disappeared. Xia Jingyu's shoulders trembled, her heart filled with grief. Why did you do this? As a strong martial artist of level 7, how could Xia Linxian not notice Su Yu's departure? He lightly patted his daughter's shoulder and lightly sighed. Obviously, you could have forced him to stay. With his personality, if you threatened him with death, he would definitely compromise. Chapter 47. Among the 10 demon students who were advancing, the one leading the group was an 18-year-old youth. His face was resolute and cold, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. As if sensing something, he looked back and caught sight of Su Yu's disappearing figure. Shaoli, is he the Su Yu who was chased away? The resolute youth's eyes were filled with anger. The silver-haired Shaoli felt the anger of the resolute youth and knew the reason. It was his dream lover, Xia Jingyu, who had sacrificed her innocence for Su Yu. The silver-haired Shaoli had been defeated by Su Yu and could not help but add fuel to the fire. It's him. He looks down on everyone after comprehending the holy decree. Brother Zheng, you comprehended the holy decree much earlier than he did. Who does Su Yu think he is? He's just a small fry who managed to become a silver trash. He better not meet me again. The resolute youth clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Xia Jingyu's fairy-like figure. He could not help but be infatuated with her. The reason why the arrogant Shaoli was so respectful behind him was he was the #1 demon of the Xianyu Prefecture Martial Arts Training Institute, Zheng Yilin. He was the terrifying demon who had comprehended the holy decree in the Martial Arts Training Institute. His abilities far surpassed the other demon students, suppressing his peers and invincible in the martial arts training institute. This time, he was one of the demon students with the highest hopes of obtaining the holy crown. Xiao Li had to admit that Su Yu was indeed strong, but in front of Zheng Yilin, he could not withstand a single blow. The third prince was born of a concubine. It was rumored that the king had a son and was later brought back to the palace. Unfortunately, the third prince did not have any trusted aides in the palace. Even though he was courteous and respected among the people, he could not compete with his two brothers for the throne. Even the only person who supported him openly, Duke Jiuquan, had his entire family executed by his two brothers on charges of conspiracy. Now, there were only a few who dared to stand with the third prince. Almost all of the civil and military officials, excluding the neutral faction, stood with the first prince. Now, after the incident with the Duke of Xianyu, the neutral faction had also begun to side with the first prince. Once the king passed away, the first prince would naturally become the new king of the Fonglin Empire and control the huge empire. The third prince had no intention of fighting for the throne. Therefore, he lived in seclusion to show that he was indifferent to worldly affairs. He cultivated in the prince's palace all year round and stood aloof from worldly affairs. On this day, a young man stood quietly outside the door. He wore a conical bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. Only a peerless, fairy-like face could be seen. "Who are you?" The leader of the guards was a level 4 expert, so he asked cautiously. The youth's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and there was a dazzling light of wisdom. "The person that the third prince wants to see." He swiped his finger across his forehead, and the bamboo hat rose slightly. A holy gate's imprint flashed past. The guard leader's eyes flickered as he shouted in a deep voice, "Wait here!" After a cup of tea's time, a purple-robed old man came out with an indifferent expression and looked Su Yu up and down. His gaze was sharp and powerful, able to see through even the smallest details. Goatee nodded his chin lightly and turned to return to the mansion. Without turning his head, he said, "Follow me in." The purple-robed elder brought Su Yu deep into the prince's mansion. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was quiet and peaceful, and there was a pleasant fragrance everywhere. A magnificent pavilion stood in the middle of the water. In the pavilion, a young man in plain clothes, his long hair fluttering in the wind, was quietly reading an ancient book. He had a scholarly temperament, and his expression was tranquil. It was the third prince, who was indifferent to fame and fortune. "Third prince, the person has been brought here." The purple-robed elder stood respectfully. The third prince looked up. His eyes looked calm, but they were as deep as the ocean, occasionally flashing with the glow of wisdom. "Su Yu, long time no see." The plain-clothed young man was the world-famous third prince. He smiled casually, but it was like a spring breeze. Su Yu took off his conical bamboo hat, his eyes as calm as water. "Third prince, I did not expect you to come to my mansion." The third prince had a smile on his face as he quietly looked at Su Yu. Su Yu smiled back. "I also did not expect you to see me so easily." Slowly shaking his head, the third prince's smile was normal, but his tone gradually became cold. "You are wrong. I let you in so that you cannot escape. Do it!" The third prince's expression changed. After the low shout, 3 figures that had been hidden for a long time rushed out of the pool surrounding the pavilion. 2 of them were level 5 upper tier, and one of them was level 5 peak. The 3 of them held a diamond net in their hands and suddenly attacked. At such a close distance, Su Yu had no chance of dodging. Swoosh! The giant net covered the sky, covering all the gaps in the surroundings. Even Su Yu's escape route was cut off. Su Yu was immediately covered by the net. The 3 strong level 5 martial artists immediately attacked, subduing Su Yu and making him unable to move. Su Yu could not resist and coldly said, "Third prince, what is the meaning of this?" The third prince's expression was ice cold. "You killed my brother. you are a sinner of the royal family. How can I not kill you, since you came here voluntarily? Take him away." Su Yu walked right into the net and was escorted to the third prince's backyard. The third prince angrily went to interrogate Su Yu personally. The purple-robed housekeeper had a strange look in his eyes as he bowed and retreated. After being escorted to the backyard, the level 5 peak leader could not help but curl his lips in disdain. "I heard that the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu is shockingly talented and has comprehended the holy decree. I did not expect him to be captured so easily. He does not live up to his reputation." However, an indifferent laugh could be heard. "Lin Xiao, you are wrong. He is shockingly talented and not just in name. He deliberately allowed himself to be captured by you just now." Lin Xiao, the level 5 peak leader, was shocked. Deliberately allowed himself to be captured? As if responding to the indifferent laugh behind him, Su Yu let out a low roar. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Rumble! The purple arc of thunder contained a destructive aura. The air was filled with the smell of burning. As he swung his fists, it sounded like thunder. The golden steel net could not withstand the destruction of lightning. Creak! The steel net broke. Su Yu's body shook off the 2 hands on his shoulders and easily escaped from the steel net. Lin Xiao was shocked. How hard was the golden steel net? Anyone below level 5 would not be able to retaliate if trapped. Not good. Quickly capture him. Lin Xiao angrily attacked. Stop! A calm order came from behind him. Lin Xiao did not understand and turned around. Turning back, Su Yu's face was calm. He stared at the person behind them and laughed. "It looks like I was right. I am indeed the person the third prince wanted to see." The third prince had a faint smile on his face. It was as if the person who had been covered in ice was not him, but someone else. The third prince smiled gently like a spring breeze. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Brother Su, how did you see that I was just putting on a show and pretending to capture you?" Su Yu's eyes were deep. "Because the third prince needs me. Therefore, capturing me must be an act for someone to see. I'm guessing it should be your housekeeper, the purple-robed elder?" The third prince's pupils shrank. "That day at the Duke of Xinyu's palace, I felt that you were different from the rest, with hidden wisdom. Now it seems that I am right. My purple-robed housekeeper has already been secretly bribed by the first prince to monitor my movements. If he knows that I've happily accepted you, I'm afraid that my days will be very difficult. Therefore, I've offended you just now. Brother Su, please don't take it to heart." Su Yu was full of admiration. That day, he had deduced that the third prince was a scheming and shrewd person. Now it seemed that he was right. He knew that the purple-robed housekeeper had been bribed by the first prince to secretly monitor him, but he pretended not to know. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and deliberately hid his strength to confuse the first prince. In reality, he was secretly accumulating his strength, waiting for the right moment to compete with the first prince. Lin Xiao could not believe that the third prince had told Su Yu such a secret. Could it be that the third prince wanted to use this person? The group entered the secret chamber. Lin Xiao did not leave, protecting the third prince. He stared at Su Yu cautiously. "Brother Su, you did not take the risk to find me just to reminisce, right?" The third prince laughed gently. Su Yu took a sip of tea. "Didn't I say that you needed me? I am here to help you." "Help me with what?" The third prince smiled. Su Yu's eyes shone with determination. "Of course, to fight for the throne." "Fight for the throne." Su Yu enunciated each word with a pause. His words were powerful and earth-shattering. The 4 words were earth-shattering. Lin Zhao's expression changed. A sliver of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had a murderous look. "Insolent thief! How dare you say such treasonous words? Kneel and surrender." "Stop!" the third prince shouted. His eyes gradually narrowed as he stared at Su Yu. "I do not understand what Brother Su is saying." Su Yu laughed. You understand and I understand. Since ancient times, the path to imperial power was built on the bones of thousands. After the first prince ascends to the throne, you will be a thorn in his side. Sooner or later, you will be eliminated. I do not believe that someone as shrewd and scheming as you would not have taken precautions. The third prince stared at Suyu for a long time before letting out a long laugh. Huh, Suyu, this prince seems to have misjudged you. You're smarter than I thought. The Duke of Xinyu has really found an impressive son-in-law. After a moment, he gradually retracted his smile. The third prince laughed. You are right. I will not surrender. But how are you going to help me? If I wanted to, you would not be able to take even half a step out of the first prince's palace. Furthermore, you are going to deal with my powerful brother. Su Yu's eyes were filled with mystery. Below the Holy King, all imperial power is but an ant. The third prince's mind was racing. His smile gradually froze. You wish to participate in the holy meet, obtain first place, and ask for a promise from the Holy King. That's right, Su Yu said coldly. I swore that day that if I do not kill the first prince, I will never be human. I want to obtain first place in the holy meet. I have one request. That is, to kill the first prince. Su Yu could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Once he is dead, you will be the only prince left. If you are still unable to ascend to the throne, it means that your abilities are lacking. You might as well not be the monarch. The crowd was stunned. Su Yu was vainly trying to obtain first place in the holy meet. Hearing this, the third prince was silent for a moment. The light in his eyes dimmed. He was instantly disappointed. Su Yu's experience and insight into worldly affairs had made the third prince feel like he had met a confidant. But he could not help but be disappointed. Even though Su Yu was talented, he was too conceited. Arrogant people could not take setbacks and were not fit to be placed in an important position. All the demon geniuses of the empire were gathered here. Every one of them was an outstanding talent. No matter where they were in the empire, they would be famous geniuses. Even though Su Yu was not bad, he was far from being able to compete with them. Lin Xiao could not help but laugh in anger. Arrogant and ignorant. In the holy meet, even I cannot guarantee that I will enter the top 50. What right do you have to obtain the crown? Su Yu's expression was calm. He said coldly, the reason is simple. I am stronger than you. Chapter 48. You. Lin Xiao laughed in anger. Let me see how powerful the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu is. Shua. Lin Xiao's body turned into a black shadow. Like a cheetah, he was agile and swift, full of explosive power. Mountain-crushing hammer. Lin Xiao's body moved like a shadow. He clenched his left and right fists, raised them high above his head, and smashed them down. A layer of faint green luster surrounded the heavy hammer. It was as if the hammer had descended from the clouds of the 9 heavens, descending from the boundless depths of space. The faint green light followed the heavy hammer, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Woo-woo, the air whimpered incessantly. Whiffs of strong energy stirred the black hair hanging in front of Su Yu's forehead, revealing a pair of clear eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. Su Yu's figure moved like the wind. Just a moment ago, he was still sitting in the guest seat. The next moment, all that was left was an afterimage. Purple Star Thunderbolt. Ever since he recovered from his serious injuries, his cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the peak of level 4. Under the infusion of true qi, the power of the Purple Star Thunderbolt soared exponentially. It was the same Purple Star Thunderbolt, but it had once found it difficult to defeat the peak of the 5th heaven. But now it was more than enough. Faint purple lightning flashed fiercely. The sizzling sound was like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yu faced it head-on, a hammer and a fist exploding with a rumble, setting off a violent gale. The cold wind was unbridled and the chi sea was flying. The momentum was astonishing. The two of them maintained their collision posture, neither of them retreating. Lin Zhao's expression changed drastically. He, who was at level 5 peak, was successfully blocked by Su Yu. The third prince's dim eyes suddenly lit up. That day at the Duke of Xianyu's manor, Su Yu was severely injured by the level 5 peak royal brother's fatal blow. How long had it been? Yet he was able to fight to a draw with a single move. That's right, but you're still too weak. Lin Xiao restrained his shock. How could he admit defeat in front of the third prince? Earth-splitting 3 styles. Lin Zhao's aura suddenly changed. Earth-shattering 3 styles, a middle-ranked, top-notch cultivation technique. If the previous strike was like a heavy hammer falling from the sky, at this moment it was like a mountain falling from the starry sky, and it carried the power to shatter mountains and rivers. The dense green luster was like a flame that burned through the heavens. The terrifying fist was like a mountain capable of shattering mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. At that moment, Su Yu's expression was as calm as still water, calm and unperturbed. Heavenly finger. In the face of such a powerful and oppressive attack, Su Yu raised his finger high. In an instant, his whole body was surrounded by nature, peaceful and harmonious. It was as if he had become a person in a painting, extraordinary and otherworldly. There was no gorgeous technique, no dazzling brilliance, no dazzling posture. What he had was merely an ordinary finger. However, this finger contained an indescribable profundity. That trajectory would cause one to sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. Chila! Rub, rub, rub. Lin Xiao felt an irresistible force of nature sweeping toward him. At the critical moment, he switched from offense to defense. A bone-piercing pain came from his arms. An invisible force forced him to retreat and hit the stone pillar behind him. Woo! Lin Zhao's expression changed as he tasted a mouthful of blood in his throat. He actually lost by a small margin. The third prince's eyes flickered with excitement, resulting in a brilliant glow. In just 10 days, he was already on par with a level 5 peak martial artist. Lin Xiao was unwilling to give up, and he attacked again. Forget it, you can't beat Su Yu. The third prince calmly waved his hand. Lin Xiao returned to the third prince's side unwillingly. He could feel his internal organs trembling, and he was rather dissatisfied. How is it, third prince? Do I have the right to participate in the holy meat? The third prince lifted his gaze and looked directly into Su Yu's eyes for the first time. Su Yu's deep eyes, his determination moved him. After muttering to himself for some time, the third prince seemed to have made up his mind, and he nodded his head. Fine. I will make an additional bet on you. Additional? Su Yu pondered. I will help you obtain the holy crown. If you succeed, you will help me obtain the empire. The third prince said. Su Yu regained his senses and nodded. Of course. Lin Xiao, immediately prepare the best training room for Mr. Su, the best medicinal herbs, the best teachers, and the best sparring partner. The third prince was extremely courageous. Since he had decided to help Su Yu, he would not hesitate to pay any price. In short, bring out the best resources in the prince's manor. If Su Yu has anything he wants, bring it all to me. If the prince's manor does not have it, go to the market to buy it. If the market does not have it, send people to search the entire imperial city. Do you understand? Lin Xiao was shocked. The third prince wanted to place his hopes on Su Yu? As a trusted aide, Lin Xiao understood the third prince's situation. If he could not become the monarch, he could only become a skeleton under the first prince's feet. Hence, he could understand why the third prince wanted to fight for a sliver of hope. What he could not understand was why the third prince wanted to place his hopes on Su Yu, a youth whom he was not familiar with and whose abilities were not the best. After a few hours, Su Yu immediately started to train in seclusion. Lin Xiao returned to the third prince's side to report. He could not hide his confusion. Master, why do you trust Su Yu so much? Please forgive me for speaking the truth. Even though Su Yu's abilities are above mine, it is impossible for him to obtain the crown in the holy meet. Master, aren't you being too hasty by placing your hopes on him? The third prince sighed. Who said I was placing my hopes on him? Lin Shao did not understand. Then why did Master give him all the best resources? Such precious resources should be used to nurture a few more secret guards. The value would be far greater than spending it on Su Yu. After all, spending it on him is akin to drawing water with a wicker basket. The third prince laughed. His face was filled with nostalgia. In my life, I have met countless people. I have friends all over the world. However, he is the only person that I feel like I can confide in. Lin Shao understood. It turned out that the third prince and Su Yu appreciated each other. They were both extraordinarily intelligent, had the same rough fates, and both had to make a decision in their lives. I'm not asking for anything in return. Just treat these resources as a gift from me, a confidant of mine. If he's lucky enough to obtain the crown, that would be great. But if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. For this holy meet, I've made other preparations. That's my real chance to turn the tables. The third prince lightly smiled. Su Yu had been on the run for 10 days. The vital energy in his body had been depleted several times. His vital energy had increased, and he was on the verge of breaking through to level 5. Now, the first prince had given everything he had to help Su Yu train. He was on the verge of breaking through, feeling the vital energy in his body being nourished and strengthened. Su Yu was extremely focused. Buzz, 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 his body trembled. The vital energy in Su Yu's body was at its limit, as if it was about to break through the restraints of his body. Half a day later, rumble, Su Yu felt a light ringing in his head. Following that, a special gas in the air was absorbed into his body. His vital energy had increased by 1-fold. Level 5 of the martial path. Su Yu had broken through. Feeling the abundant vital energy of level 5, which was twice as dense as level 4, Su Yu realized how amazing it was that he had once defeated a level 5. Now, if he were to fight with Lin Shao again, Su Yu was confident that he could defeat him. But Su Yu understood. His abilities were not enough. Far from enough. Wanting to fight for the first crown at the holy meet with his current abilities was just a pipe dream. There were still 3 days until the holy meet. In these 3 days, he had to use all his energy and train like crazy. He had 3 main directions for his training. First, Tempest, a medium-level cultivation technique. He was only at stage 3 lower class, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Second, Purple Star Thunderbolt, a saint-level cultivation technique. He was only at the beginner level and had yet to reach lower class. With every improvement, his abilities would increase by a large margin. Third, the Holy Decree. It was impossible to measure the level of enlightenment he had achieved. But looking back, every time he gained enlightenment, his abilities would increase by a level. For the next 3 days, he will use his time manipulation to train like crazy while time is sped up by 30 times. 3 days. With time sped up by 30 times, so you would have a total of 99 days, a full 3 months. Time was of the essence. Su Yu closed his eyes and immediately began his enlightenment. In the first prince's mansion, a letter was delivered by pigeon. After reading the letter on the pigeon, the first prince's eyes turned cold, and a cold, killing intent enveloped his body. On his right cheek, there was a long, hideous scar like a flesh-colored centipede. His right eye was covered with a black eye patch, making him look like a one-eyed dragon. As such, he looked even more cruel and ruthless. What a good brother! To think that Su Yu is in your hands! The first prince clenched his fist, his eyes filled with hatred. The death of his second brother and the pain of his disfigurement had been deeply etched in the first prince's heart. As long as Su Yu was not killed, he would not have a day of peace. But now that Su Yu had entered the third prince's mansion, he could no longer send people to assassinate him. There were also martial artists in the third prince's mansion. Trying to assassinate Su Yu secretly was no different from a fantasy. Once discovered, the third prince could use this opportunity to report the first prince's assassination to the outside world. He was afraid that the sanctuary would immediately send people to kill him. Hence, before the holy meet ended, he could not act blindly without thinking. Bai Qixiong passed down the order. The imperial guards are to guard the city. After the holy meet ends, the entire city is to capture and kill Su Yu. Once discovered, kill him. The first prince passed down the order coldly. After the holy meet ended, the holy seal would disappear. There would be no risk for him to kill Su Yu in front of everyone. Bai Qixiong broke out in cold sweat. Su Yu had actually entered the imperial capital under their noses? Yes, I will do it immediately. Bai Qixiong hurriedly turned around, wanting to atone for his mistake. Wait. The first prince's face turned gloomy. Because of your incompetence, there is a possibility that I will be exposed. Now, I have something for you to do. Bai Qixiong hurriedly knelt down. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, Your Highness. There is no need. I am in need of manpower. You still have the chance to atone for your mistake. Now, go and do something immediately. The first prince said coldly, that is, kill bodyguard Qin, who is working together with you. In the process of the two of them working together to capture Su Yu, bodyguard Qin had already seen Bai Qixiong's face. He also knew that Bai Qixiong was the first prince's man. Now that Su Yu was still alive, he had to kill bodyguard Qin, just in case. Dead men tell no tales. Yes, Bai Qixiong wiped off his cold sweat. Also, suddenly, the first prince said mysteriously, have you made any progress with the cultivation technique I asked you to comprehend? Bai Qixiong's heart turned cold. He hurriedly took out a sheepskin scroll and offered it to the first prince with both hands. Your Highness, this is my most recent comprehension. Please take a look. Grabbing the sheepskin scroll, the first prince's eyes were burning with passion. Yes, you have done well. Remember, you are not allowed to spread the cultivation technique that you have seen. Bai Qixiong bowed in acknowledgement and left quickly. After Bai Qixiong left, the first prince's eyes gradually turned cold. Teacher, with a light shout, a stooped old man in a red robe with sunken eyes descended from the roof like a ghost. He was the first prince's martial path teacher. He was a frightening level 7 peak of the martial path. The first prince passed the sheepskin scroll to the old man in the red robe. The old man flipped through the scroll. His sunken eyes shone brightly, and he let out a gratified smile. Not bad. This is indeed the last part of the comprehension of floating light shadow. As expected of the holy genius who was ranked 11th in the holy meet 15 years ago, he was able to comprehend the saint-level cultivation technique of the imperial family to such an extent. This sheepskin scroll was Bai Qixiong's comprehension of the saint-level cultivation technique, floating light shadow. Chapter 49. The imperial family had not been able to comprehend floating light shadow for 100 years because it required an extremely high level of comprehension. In the entire world, other than the geniuses of the 10 great sacred gates with extraordinary comprehension, no one else could comprehend it. The crown prince wanted to borrow the comprehension of the geniuses from the 10 sacred gates to cultivate this long-lost saint-level cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the top 10 geniuses of every sacred gate were all absorbed into the saint realm, and the crown prince could not do anything about it. Only Bai Qixiong, ranked 11th, was the person with the highest possibility of comprehending a saint-level cultivation technique other than the 10 sacred gates geniuses. Now he had finished comprehending the saint tier cultivation method. Teacher, will I be able to succeed in my cultivation through these comprehensions? The first prince's eyes were burning with passion. The red-robed old man shook his head. Not enough. After all, he is not a true saint realm disciple, so his comprehension ability is slightly lacking. As such, his comprehension is rather rough, and he is still a distance away from successfully cultivating it. I will go back to ponder over it and make some slight changes. I hope that you will be able to digest these insights as soon as possible and successfully cultivate this Saint Realm cultivation technique. Thank you, teacher. The first imperial prince was excited, but his eyes gradually turned cold. In this case, Bai Qixiong is no longer of any use to us. After seeing the Saint Tier cultivation technique passed down by our royal family and chasing after the bearer of the Holy Seal, it's time to send him on his way. The red-robed old man laughed sinisterly. Leave this to me. A chess piece like Bai Qixiong must be thrown away when the time comes. 3 days later, the Fonglin Empire's annual grand event, the Holy Meet, was about to begin. Experts from all over gathered to witness the prosperity of the empire. The population was flourishing. Under the ostentatious peace and prosperity, undercurrents were surging. The atmosphere in the third prince's palace grew increasingly tense. In the evening, in the pavilion, the third prince, who was used to reading, was in a restless mood and paced back and forth uneasily. Master, the heavenly dragon meeting of the royal family is about to begin. We cannot wait for Suyu any longer. Lin Xiao could tell that the third prince was feeling uneasy and said hurriedly. The third prince put down the ancient book and shook his head slightly. The hour is not up yet. Schwa. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in the courtyard. A purple-clothed figure, like the shadow of a white cloud, like duckweed floating in the river, arrived in front of the pavilion. He was as handsome as an immortal and in high spirits. A pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her purple robe fluttered gently in the wind. With a smile on his face, the third prince stepped forward and cupped his fists. Congratulations, Brother Su. You look much better than before, and your strength is incomparable to before. Thank you, third prince, for your help. Su Yu cupped his fists in thanks. Lin Zhao's face was filled with displeasure. He felt that it was not worth it for the third prince to waste so many resources. He calmly said, Su Yu, I hope you do not disappoint my master's good intentions. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he shot a look at Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, I know that you were slightly inferior to me that day, and you were not satisfied. Why don't we have another battle now? Su Yu's eyes flickered. Lin Xiao creased his eyebrows. He believed that if he had been more careful, he might not have lost to Su Yu. Hence, he already had the intention to fight again. Lifting his eyes to look at the third prince muttered to himself for a moment before slowly nodding his head. He also wanted to know the reason behind Su Yu's confidence. Of course, the third prince did not believe that Su Yu's abilities would improve by leaps and bounds in just 3 short days. He only felt that Su Yu's physical strength and injuries had completely recovered. Receiving the third prince's approval, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Lin Xiao took a step forward and raised his hand. Mountain-crushing hammer! It was as if a hammer descended from the heavens, and its power was as shocking as ever. Su Yu's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Tempest. Su Yu lifted his leg and kicked. Between his legs a cold wind blew, and ice and snow fell. Su Yu's leg was like an ice dragon destroying the world, traversing the world of ice and snow. Together with the cold wind, it froze everything. Crash! Ah! Lin Xiao let out a pathetic groan. Retreating 7 to 8 meters, a thick layer of ice formed on his fists, freezing them together. His entire body was covered in a cold fog, as if he had walked out from a world of ice. His entire body was shivering from the cold. Lin Xiao was extremely shocked. The power of a medium-level cultivation technique of stage 3 upper class. The third prince's expression changed. 3 days ago, Suyu's tempest was only at stage 3 lower class. In a mere 3 days, it had actually risen to another level. A look of shock filled his eyes. On the other hand, Suyu had not moved an inch from his original position, casually retracting his leg. He had already cultivated Tempest to stage 3 upper class, and was infinitely close to top class, just a step away. Although Lin Xiao was shocked, he was still unwilling to admit defeat. How could he admit defeat so easily? The vital energy in his body vibrated, evaporating the cold energy in his body. He approached Suyu, unwilling to admit defeat. Earth-splitting 3 strokes. Wrapped in green flames, it burned the heavens and destroyed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. A terrifying power surged forth. The strong energy caused Suyu's purple robe to flutter, but it could not blow away his calm eyes. Purple star, thunderbolt. Suyu casually retaliated. A layer of fine thunderbolt surrounded his palm, like purple thunder scales, dancing with a dangerous arc. Creak, crash. Ah, with a head-on collision, the earth-splitting 3 strokes disintegrated like a clay ox entering the sea. Lin Xiao's mouth was filled with fresh blood, his body involuntarily flying 10 meters away. Puff! Lin Xiao's organs were shaken, and he could not help but lightly spit out a mouthful of blood, as if he was lightly injured. Lin Xiao's face was filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He was terrified. The same purple star thunderbolt, 3 days later, compared to 3 days ago, was its power just 1 level higher? It was twice as powerful as it was before. Climbing to his feet, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with deep shock. He had lost willingly. Thank you, Mr. Su, for showing mercy. The third prince's eyes flashed. What? So you had held back? If he had not held back, wouldn't that punch have killed Lin Xiao on the spot? From a draw with a level 5 peak to being able to easily kill a level 5 peak, it had only taken 3 days. How could Suyu's abilities have increased so much in 3 days? Combining the rumors of Suyu that he had gathered from the Xinyu prefecture, Suyu was merely an ordinary silver student a few months ago. However, he had risen like a comet, piercing through time and space, seizing the title of Silver King and suppressing 2 generations of Gold Kings. With a single finger, the demon geniuses were defeated, and Suyu stood proudly at the Martial Arts Training Institute. Suyu's potential was one of a kind. If he was given more time, he would definitely become a strong martial artist. A shred of regret reverberated in the third prince's heart. How good would it be if I could give you another 3 years? It was hard to predict how much Suyu would grow in 3 years. At that time, he would have a higher chance of defeating the first prince. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. The current Suyu could not help him in the slightest. Brother Su, after tonight it will be the holy meat. Do you still have anything you need? The third prince chuckled. Before a great disaster, he was willing to do everything he could to help this monstrous friend of his. Suyu thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. I have no use for resources at the moment. The only thing I need is enlightenment. Enlightenment during a battle. Within 3 days, he had swallowed countless treasures. The energy within his body had settled in his blood vessels. Relying on resources alone was no longer useful for increasing his abilities. It would be better to experience a few more battles and gain enlightenment during the battles. Unable to help Suyu, the third prince sighed. He looked up at the sky, and his expression gradually turned serious. Suyu, come with me tonight. It is time to meet up with them. Them. Suyu was confused. The third prince was surprised and coldly said, Did the Duke of Xinyu not tell you? Thinking back to the day when the Duke of Xinyu gave him the holy order, the third prince understood. The Duke of Xinyu probably did not have the time to tell Suyu. There are 2 types of people participating in the Empire's holy meet. The first type is from the martial arts training institutes. They have gathered almost all of the geniuses in the Empire and the holy meat is dominated by them. The second type is from the imperial family. For example, you are representing the Xinyu prefecture. Every duke has a recommendation. Hence, other than you, there are 12 other dukes representing the empire. In the royal family, the 3 princes each have a recommendation. Including you, the royal family has a total of 16 representatives. Over the years, before the start of the holy meat, the 16 representatives of the imperial family would gather together and hold the imperial family's heavenly dragon meeting to spar with one another. This is a great opportunity to understand one's strength in the holy meat, and it's something that cannot be missed. The third prince patiently explained. Su thought for a moment. His eyes flashed. Will the first prince be spectating? The third prince understood what Su was thinking. He nodded. The 16 representatives will all be present. My eldest brother and I will be spectating. You will be able to see him, but, the third prince reminded, if you want to kill him on the spot and perish together with him, I advise you not to do so. You have already exposed the diabolic sword, a secret technique of the soul. My eldest brother will not be unprepared. You will not be able to kill him from a distance. Su had also considered this point. After hearing the third prince's confirmation, he could only give up on the idea of perishing together. Then let's go. Su's eyes were cold. In the end, he still had to obtain the holy crown. This was the only way to take revenge. Wait a moment. The person I recommended is still on the way. The third prince's eyes glowed. The 3 princes each had a recommendation. The third prince was no exception. Su was not surprised. He could think of using the holy meat as an opportunity to turn the tables. The third prince was shrewd and could not have thought of this. He naturally arranged for someone he trusted to participate in the holy meat. Before this, the third prince had said that he would take an extra gamble. Su finally understood. The third prince had another strong backup. After waiting for half an hour, a blue-clothed youth walked over like the wind. He was about 16 years old and wore an azure robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary face. His expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent. It was as if he did not care about anything in the world. He looked straight ahead. In his eyes, Su and Lin Xiao were like air. He arrived in front of the third prince and knelt on one knee. Third prince, we can go now. Su lightly creased his brows. Rather than saying that the azure youth was aloof, it would be better to say that he was cold and arrogant. Su could feel a sense of arrogance from him. Other than the third prince who made him lower his head, no one else was worthy of his attention. The third prince was relaxed. Dong Lin, please rise. Dong Lin stood up and stood at his original position. In his eyes, there was only the third prince and not Su or Lin Xiao. However, he had the right to be arrogant. He was only 16 years old, but his abilities were at level 6 lower tier of the martial path. Such nature-defying abilities were frightening. In the Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture, as far as Su knew, there was only one person who had reached level 6 of the martial path. That person was the number 1 demon in the Martial Arts Training Institute of the Xinyu Prefecture, Zhang Yilin. He had comprehended the holy decree. At the same time, he had cultivated to level 6 lower tier of the martial path. He was a terrifying demon who could possibly fight his way into the top 10. Chapter 50. Since everyone's here, let's go. The third prince nodded and looked at Dong Lin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Sensing the third prince's attitude, Su understood that the third prince did not place his hopes on him. However, Su did not have any objections. The third prince did not ask for anything in return. He gave him precious resources and protected him. Su was not even grateful enough, so why would he hate him? The royal clan's heavenly dragon meeting would be held at the Saint Gates Arena. The Saint Gate Arena was specially built by the Empire for the holy meat. It cost hundreds of millions of dollars to build, and it could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. It was usually sealed off and heavily guarded. Outsiders were not allowed to take a single step inside. Only tonight, when the Heavenly Dragon meeting was organized by the royal clan, would the royal clan allow the people of the royal clan to enter first and use the arena to spar. Today, the 16 monstrous geniuses recommended by the royal family would meet under the moonlight. The people who recommended them were all present. Among the 13 dukes, the entire family of the Duke of Jochuan was executed, and the Duke of Xinyu was sent to prison. The other 2 were absent. Among the princes, the second prince had been killed by Su Yu and was absent. Apart from them, everyone else was present. Su Yu. The first prince's pupils dilated. He was extremely surprised. He had already known that Su Yu had snuck into the imperial city secretly. However, he was surprised that Su Yu had actually participated in the holy meet. Could it be that he wanted to use the holy meet as an opportunity to make a comeback? If Su Yu fought his way into the top 10 and became a sanctuary disciple, it would be easy for him to destroy him when he returned. However, when he thought of Su Yu's current strength, he shook his head with a smile. He had no chance of entering the top 10. At the holy meet, there were as many demons as the clouds. Although Su Yu was strong, it would be difficult for him to compete with them, unless a few years later. However, the first prince would not give Su Yu a few years. Now that the holy meet had ended, he had to get rid of this huge threat at all costs. Hearing this, Su Yu turned his head and looked over. He did not hide his murderous intents and said coldly, "First prince, I have said before that if I don't kill you, I will never be a man. The sun and moon can bear witness to this oath, and the heaven and earth can bear witness to it." The first prince's eyelids twitched, and his killing intent intensified. If this kid didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Every word was filled with killing intent, and every sentence was heart-shaking. It caused the peaceful atmosphere to freeze all of a sudden. The people who knew about the feud between Su Yu and the royal family looked on coldly from the sidelines. "You overestimate yourself." Beside the first prince, a short-haired young man stood with a sword in his arms. His cold eyes shone with a sharp, cold light. The powerful aura was like the roar of mountains and the roar of a tsunami. Su Yu felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Humph! Su Yu gave a cold hum. The vital energy in his body vibrated, and his oppressive aura was instantly swept away. "Watch your mouth!" The short-haired youth snorted in contempt. The first prince sneered. "All right, Du Yuntian, why bother with such an ignorant person?" Dong Lin's arrogant eyes revealed a rare tremor. Level 6 upper tier. The third prince's pupils shrank. The first prince had actually cultivated a level 6 upper tier, Du Yuntian. "Dong Lin, what are your chances of winning if you fight him?" The third prince was shocked and had a bad premonition. If Du Yuntian suppressed Dong Lin, he would lose everything. After the first prince ascended to the throne, he would not be given any chance to grow again. Perhaps in the near future, the third prince would end up like the Duke of Xinyu, charged with treason and thrown into prison. Dong Lin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Very strong, but if I use my full strength, I might still stand a chance." "Does this mean that there is still a chance of winning?" The third prince was slightly relieved. The group sat down. There were only a few dozen of them in the huge holy arena. The atmosphere was cold and empty. "Geniuses recommended by the imperial family, tomorrow you will represent the imperial family and fight against the 13 martial arts training institutes to gain honor for the imperial family. Tonight, you will all have a friendly match to warm up for tomorrow's match." The first prince had the demeanor of the leader of the crowd. Under the moonlight, the hideous scar on his right cheek was ghastly and terrifying. Du Yuntian stood with his sword in his arms. His sharp gaze coldly swept across the other 15 geniuses. When his gaze swept past Su Yu, his eyes paused for a moment, but it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After scanning the crowd, Du Yuntian shook his head coldly and retreated to the bottom of the arena. I will not participate. The first prince laughed. Du Yuntian, why not spar with them? There is no one worthy of me drawing my sword. I am not interested. His arrogant words enraged the remaining 15 geniuses, but they had to admit that with Du Yuntian's strength of level 6 upper tier, there were only a few worthy of him fighting. The only one who could be worthy was the young genius recommended by the third prince, Dong Lin. But from Du Yuntian's tone, even Dong Lin was not worthy of him fighting. Dong Lin was proud and aloof. His cold eyes flashed, and he wanted to challenge Du Yuntian, but he received a hint from the third prince not to force himself and to conserve his strength. The third prince's plan was that since Du Yuntian was arrogant and condescending, let him be. Dong Lin would conserve his strength and take Du Yuntian by surprise at the holy meet tomorrow. Suppressing his unwillingness and anger, Dong Lin took the initiative to choose a strong level 5 peak martial artist from Qingshan Prefecture. He was a genius recommended by the Duke. I am Zhongling. May I know your name? Zhongling was not afraid. He jumped onto the arena and was polite. Dong Lin was arrogant and cold. Cut the crap. I will let you have one move. Make your move. Zhongling's expression turned stiff. You are too arrogant. Qingshan Prefecture was vast and boundless. To be able to stand out from millions of geniuses, how shocking was that? However, he was looked down upon at the Imperial Dragon meeting. Dong Lin stood there arrogantly. His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he did not notice Zhongling's presence. You are too much. Zhongling attacked furiously. Raging Inferno. Zhongling's vital energy surged and surrounded his body like a layer of burning flames. Waves of heat surged in all directions. The audience could feel the remaining heat. What a shocking cultivation technique! It should be a top-notch middle-grade cultivation technique. Moreover, it has been cultivated to stage 2 great perfection. It is only one step away from the highest stage. Raging flames surrounded Dong Lin and burned the sky. A terrifying power swept in all directions. Swoosh! Zhongling charged towards Dong Lin with the raging flames. The majestic flames were about to burn Dong Lin into ashes. However, Dong Lin stood there without moving an inch. His eyes were still full of arrogance. Child's play. Dong Lin raised his hand and grabbed. Rumble. The raging flames around him were all extinguished with one grab. The powerful raging inferno was easily countered by Dong Lin. Zhongling's expression changed. How could his all-out attack be countered so easily? Dong Lin did not move an inch. His eyes glowed coldly. You have given way to me. It is my turn now. Insect awakening finger. Dong Lin extended his index finger. It was as if the sun had risen from the east. Layers of raging flames surrounded his finger. The terrifying power shook the air. A series of afterimages stacked on top of each other. Zhongling's expression changed drastically as he felt his scalp go numb. Raging inferno. At the critical moment, Zhongling once again used his ultimate technique. Bang! Boom! Ah! Zhongling let out a pathetic cry as he was sent flying 20 meters away. He fell off the stage and spat out a mouthful of blood. Middle grade cultivation technique. Top class. Su Yu's pupils dilated. The first prince's expression turned serious. Zhongling had actually cultivated a middle grade cultivation technique to top class. Only Du Yuntian was disdainful, commenting coldly. Zhongling's foundation is solid, his vital energy is dense, and his cultivation technique is extremely powerful. His shortcomings are his lack of skill, slow reactions, unstable lower body, and many flaws. Dong Lin's cultivation level is high, his cultivation technique is at top class, and his moves are smooth and skilled. His shortcomings are his weak control of vital energy. If he wastes too much vital energy, He will definitely be at a disadvantage in a prolonged battle. Zhang Ling was convinced. Du Yuntian's words had hit the nail on the head. Dong Lin's eyes were like lightning. Humph. Do I need you to comment? Glancing at the remaining 13 geniuses, Dong Lin coldly stepped down from the stage. I withdraw as well. Too weak. Boring. The faces of the 13 geniuses were burning. In any prefecture, they would be geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years. But here, they were being looked down upon. They were unwilling, but having seen Zhang Ling's fate, they knew the difference between themselves and Du Yuntian, Donglin, and the rest. They could only swallow their anger. The sudden departure of 2 geniuses caused an awkward silence. The first prince smiled coldly. Zhanli, haven't you always wanted to fight the son-in-law of the Duke of Xinyu? Why don't you give it a try? The crowd looked over. Zhanli was a level 5 peak genius. His abilities were comparable to Zhangling's. Many people had a strange look on their faces. If they remembered correctly, Zhanli was a genius recommended by the second prince. And the second prince had been killed by Su Yu. Zhanli was 17 years old. He was small and skinny, with rough facial features and a wild aura. A faint ferocious aura surrounded his body. A pair of cold eyes looked over. Su Yu felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. Su Yu. Zhanli spat out Su Yu's name through gritted teeth. His voice was filled with hatred. His eyes were like those of a wild beast. Rumble. Zhanli took big steps onto the stage. He looked down from above and pointed at Su Yu's nose. Come up here. He should have been serving the second prince of the empire. He should have ascended to the heavens in a single step and stood above millions of people. But with the death of the second prince, everything had been destroyed. Among everyone present, he was the second person to hate Su Yu the most besides the first prince. As you wish. Su Yu leaped onto the stage and faced him coldly. Zhanli's heart was filled with hatred, and he attacked furiously. Iron Flow Horse Stance Kick, a medium-level cultivation technique, stage 3 lower class. With one step, it was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. Dust was stirred, and the atmosphere was heavy. The blood of those who heard it was boiling, and their hearts were thumping wildly. They felt extremely pressured. As Zhanli approached, Su Yu felt even more pressured. Zhang Ling, who was below the stage, was shocked. As expected of the candidate recommended by the second prince, a medium-level cultivation technique to be able to comprehend to stage 3 lower class. After rehearsing in his mind, Zhang Ling broke out in a cold sweat. His arrogance was greatly diminished. He realized that if his opponent was Zhanli, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. It was extremely difficult to comprehend a medium-level cultivation technique. The difference in ability between each level was huge. In the Qingshan prefecture, Zhang Ling had looked down on geniuses, but the Sky Dragon meeting had made him feel inferior. At the Holy Meet, there were as many demons as there were clouds. He was only considered below average. Zhanli took big strides. His leg technique was like 10,000 horses galloping. It was shocking. A layer of red light surrounded his legs. As he ran, his legs were like a flaming mountain, moving crazily. A primitive, savage, rough, and wild aura assaulted Su Yu. Kneel! Zhanli took big strides like lightning. His leg, which was surrounded by a red light, attacked Su Yu's chest. The wind blew the black hair in front of Su Yu's forehead. Sand covered the coldness in Su Yu's eyes.